Pwede na, sir.
Prefer to use your device so that you lessen. No, no worries. No worries.
Yes, and we printed it. Oh. We have it.
Animal.
Yes, I will check you. No worries.
Morning, everyone. We're going to start in 2 minutes. Actually, 1 minute. 1 minute to start. Let's begin. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Spark-Coil on-site, hybrid, on-site and online conference here at the Ateneo de Manila University's Escaler Hall. We're excited to have you with us today. It's going to be a day filled with insightful discussions and workshops on virtual exchange and COIL, collaborative online international learning. To start us off, may we call on Dr. Marian A. Pernalip of the Ateneo de Naga University for the opening prayer.
Recording in progress.
May I request everyone to please stand, and we remember that we are in God's presence. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty Father, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude as we gather for the Spark-Coil Conference. Thank you for the opportunity to connect, learn, and grow together. We ask for your presence to fill this space, guiding our minds and hearts as we engage in meaningful discussions and innovations. Bless each speaker, participant, and organizer with wisdom, creativity, and clarity. May the ideas shared here ignite inspiration, collaboration, and positive change in our academic institutions. Let this conference be a space of encouragement where new possibilities unfold and visions take flight. We trust this time to you, O Lord, and ask for your guidance in all we do. May our efforts be fruitful and aligned with a greater purpose. All this, Lord, we pray, in the name of your Son, Jesus, amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Please remain standing for the Philippine National Anthem.
Alam ng puso sa dibdib mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, ay gulagang at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdiningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng malhating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hinigaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Sorry, is that finished? Welcome to today's Spark-Coil Conference. My name is PJ Enverga from the Ateneo de Manila University, and I'll be emceeing today. We're thrilled to be gathered here with esteemed colleagues, faculty members, partners, administrators, and to share a commitment to advancing collaborative online learning. Without further ado, I would like to invite Father Johnny Go, S.J. of the Society of Jesus, Dean of the Gokongwei Brothers School of Education and Learning Design, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Father John.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues and friends, good morning to all of you who are here on site, as well as to the 181 online participants in this conference. On behalf of our University President, Father Roberto Yap, S.J., I have the privilege of welcoming you all to the Spark-Coil Conference. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because I'm not the University President. I just want to say that our acronym, Spark-Coil, is quite a mouthful. No? If you spell it out, it sounds like a dissertation topic. No? But I think it's very descriptive. It tells us exactly what we would like to do with this wonderful project. We want to strengthen and promote academic agility, resilience, and knowledge exchange among ourselves. No? All of us learned so much during the pandemic. We were able to because we were forced to pivot to online learning. So COIL is really an excellent opportunity for us to leverage what we have learned during the pandemic, but also to learn and support one another. So what we offer during COIL will truly be engaging and truly be educative online learning experiences for our students. So we hope to really learn from one another and to support one another. No? And of course, we're also very eager to design international and intercultural experiences among our students. For this reason, we are particularly pleased that we are able to build stronger collaborations with our partners from academia, WSP, and the University of Alicante. Let's give them a big hand for being here. Also, I'd like to do a special shout out to the representatives of various state universities and colleges here. We are so looking forward to working closely with you and getting to know you better. Shall we applaud them to welcome them? And so on that note, and as promised, I would like to end this welcome. I'd like to open our conference and once again, welcome to what I hope will be a full day of learning and fellowship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father Johnny. Moving forward, we will begin with the presentation of infographic posters and FGD results. To introduce this part of the program, we have Dr. John Lagdameo, who will give us an overview of the results and lead us into the poster presentations. Dr. John Lagdameo.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to present the results of our FGD, our focus group discussion. So before we begin, the introduction really is, so when the project started, we needed initial information for this, and our partner schools who are part of COIL, so the Ateneo Consortium, Ateneo de Naga, Ateneo de Zamboanga, Ateneo de Davao, Xavier University, and Ateneo de Manila University with our partners, University of Alicante and WBS, all the way from Poland, came together, discussed, and decided that for initial information, we shall conduct a focus group discussion. Some of the other schools even conducted interviews, and the interviews were also incorporated in these results. Now, for the participants of the focus group discussion, at least 3 faculty members who are or will engage in COIL, 3 support staff or administrative staff, and at least 2 students made or composed the focus group discussion. And the discussions lasted maybe about 1 hour to close, not more than 2 hours, and the guide questions were given to them and they were able to extract. So we shall try to summarize as best as we can the results of the focus group discussion. So just to share, in more detail, every school has an infographic poster which will be shared in the conference, but the poster is also printed outside in the conference hall. Just to show you, each school will present later on a more detailed results of COIL. Yeah, just to show you, so from Ateneo de Manila, Ateneo de Davao, Xavier U, Ateneo de Zamboanga, and Ateneo de Naga. So as you can see, there's a lot of information there, and we will try to consolidate this. So overall, the key findings from the FGDs, the overall experience from Ateneo, enthusiastic but challenged by communication barriers. So communication barriers were the overall experience and lack of standardization across the different partners. Okay? Online collaboration is new yet challenging due to infrastructure, existing infrastructure and cultural competency. Okay? And so on and so forth. Okay? So, but it's a little small, we won't get it, so we prepared this. So for the overall experience, I think COIL is valuable, very valuable for international learning for the students, faculty, and staff. Yet it is challenging. And the key barriers, of course, would be communication barriers. The method of communication, the approach, the different languages. Okay? Curriculum variations. Every school will have their own approach, their pedagogies, and their assumptions and course learning outcomes. So the variations are there, and this was the challenge. How do you align each and every course learning outcome? Logistical issues. Some schools will have facilities for this. Other schools, partner schools, may have similar facilities, but then when it comes to the technologies involved, then the challenges comes in. Of course, internet connectivity and stability is always the number one issue. Okay. It is also recognized to be transformative, a transformative learning potential, and the call or the need for better structural and scheduling alignment given the different time zones. Next slide, please. There. Okay. So technological needs, summary, consensus on the need for a robust, user-friendly, and integrated COIL platform. I know that we have our own learning management systems, our own learning management platforms. Aligning them with each and every partner would be a challenge. Some will use Google Workspace or Classrooms, others may use Canvas, others may use Schoology, and so on and so forth. Others will just use basically Google Meet or Zoom, and then you add a lot of other tools and components. So aligning with your partners is a discussion and an agreement that has to be done early. Internet access issues. So the school overall may have internet, but the participants, the students, faculty, or staff may have internet access challenges. Not all students may have, if you're going to do it outside the classroom, for instance, not all of them may have a device or the load or the internet connection that is needed for the learning. Platform functionality limitations. There's a little more detail in the report on the challenges of using Google, and then the other one will be using Moodle, or the others will be using Canvas. So some faculty and schools will default to what is familiar and what is, I guess, easy. Learning a new platform is a challenge, or aligning with those things may also be a challenge. Centralized system for streamlined operations. The question sometimes arises is, who is in charge for all of this? Is it the faculty alone? Is it the department? Is it the dean? Is it the president? So what is the structure that would allow and enable this? Okay. Pedagogical practices, balanced approach between synchronous and asynchronous learning. So COIL, when we're looking at this, some faculty were saying, yes, the online face-to-face, at least face-to-face, digital face-to-face is important, the synchronous learning, but outside the synchronous sessions is also equally important. And how will you balance, let's say give them group work or assignments, and how will you balance the load for the synchronous and asynchronous approaches? The emphasis on structured, scalable, and well-prepared modules, and instructional methods that apply real-world skills. We are all familiar with our own skills and what we think, how we should approach certain problems, and how do we come up with solutions. We have this in our own university settings, but are they the same or are they different? And that's again the challenge, because approaches can be questioned and approaches can be agreed upon. Even looking at the problem is also a challenge. Do we see the problem? Are we on the same page when a problem arises? Cultural and language barriers. So cultural and language differences impacts engagement. For us, English can be our first or our primary language. We can think, react, and converse in English. For other partner schools who are engaged, maybe English is their secondary language. They still have to do additional processes and maybe their own way of interpreting what the group will say can be taken differently. So there is a strong need for cultural sensitivity and inclusive communication strategies. And of course, it always helps to have intercultural training for students, faculty, and staff. Those directly involved and those who will augment this service. Okay. Faculty and student preparedness. So faculty training on digital tools and cross-cultural competencies are emphasized here. Again, it's the familiarity of the tools that are being used and how do you get training on the use of those particular tools or those particular add-ons there. So there's also a need for clear guidelines for students, faculty, and staff. How much time should you dedicate or be face-to-face synchronous? How much time would be graded asynchronously, etc. So what would be the guidelines for that? Allowing the use of AI, yes or no? Or to what extent can you use that? How about other things? Okay. And readiness checks to ensure effective participation. So to sum up, overall, one is developing a commonly understood technical infrastructure. And that is crucial. So I mean, it's a heavy statement here, but what will be commonly understood among the different partners? And then how will that be translated and used using a common platform? Are we all going to go on, let's say, Google Workspace? Can we agree to that? Or Canvas or Moodle, you know? And is the infrastructure familiar? Are those who are going to use it, faculty, admin staff, how familiar are they? And how do we get them to be familiar with whatever agreed platform there is? Or are we going to invent or create a new platform altogether? Cultural and logistical sensitivity is embedded in the program delivery. So of course, cultural issues. Others will have even netiquette issues and how we're going to deal with netiquette issues, face-to-face Zoom issues. Should it be camera on or camera off? Is that acceptable or not? Okay. Should you participate or maybe just turn it on and do other things? How will we monitor that? And we like to do that. Turn it on, diba? Online class, to teachers talking and we're doing other things. And when they call you, oh no. Sorry, internet connectivity is an issue. Diba? But logical sensitivity is also an issue, especially with different time zones. And of course, within the school. Are you going to require students to come to class in the classroom and let's go online when we do our COIL? Or can they do it from other places? Faculty, what will be the logical sensitivity? Whose time zone will we follow? Partner school? So my time zone, your time zone, or are we going to agree on a certain time zone? Institutional investment plays a vital role in the success of COIL initiatives. The initial word that we found out was institutional support. But I think we have to have a more concrete word, a more committed word, so investment. So the school will actually be an active participant in developing COIL programs, faculty, staff, platforms, etc. And it's an investment because if you just support, I would support, and if my support runs out, never mind. But an investment it's forward-looking, it looks into the future, and it's an investment because at one point in the future or at present, you will want to get a return on your investment. And identifying that type of return, I think that's a discussion that will have to be done on all levels of the university. Developing extracurricular, intercultural activities is essential. I know it's nice to do travel face-to-face. We have a lot of extracurricular engagements that happen, the discussions, the talk, formal, informal, the relationships are built. So what are the other things that can be done is extracurricular that can support and strengthen COIL further. So with that, that's overall summary. For more information and details, every partner school will present their infographic. The infographics posters are also outside. And for those online, the infographic posters will be shared. So thank you very much. Okay. The first school to be called, present. Okay, voluntold, Davao. Okay, so Ateneo de Davao will present. You are alphabetical, starting with A. Okay, so we'd like to call representatives from Davao. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good morning. I'm a bit nervous, to be honest. This feels like a law school recitation. Anyway. All right, so I am Hannah Mahinay. I am the program officer for internationalization at home under Ateneo Internationalization for Mindanao office, or we call it the AIM office. And I am also the person in charge, or the person who in charge for COIL. So essentially, we have also, just to give you a background, we are currently doing the AJCU AP COIL, and we have so far implemented one last semester, and we are, there's an ongoing partnership within the AJCU AP COIL. So this one, with Spark-Coil, we are also very excited on the implementation of this. Now, last 22nd of January 2025, we conducted an FGD, held in Ateneo de Manila University. Now, this was attended by 9 different participants. So these are faculty members, administrators, and the students. And also, we have invited the implementer himself during the FGD so that he can give insights on what really happened during his implementation of the COIL program. All right, so this is how the infographic looks like, thanks to Ms. Lead Dukusin, who made the layout, the assistant director. Anyway, so all right. So participants expressed a mix of excitement and, of course, challenges. They have also highlighted that they have encountered difficulties in course alignment, and scheduling of time zones. These experiences were drawn not only during the COIL experience, but also the online class as a whole, drawing from experiences from pandemic period, wherein everyone were forced to go online, all right? So this is a mixture of both experiences, COIL and online class as a whole. Now, they, as I said, they have experienced challenges such as course alignment and scheduling due to time zone differences. One of the participants even highlighted the challenge by saying that we only see our students on screen. Now, how can we make, or how can we make the student feel that they are cared for? So essentially, this sentiment encapsulates the struggle of maintaining meaningful interaction using an online platform. So next, let's proceed to the significant challenges. Now, there are two significant challenges that stood out. These are the technological constraint and learning models. The first one, now, the lack of a unified, participants agreed that there really is a lack of a unified COIL platform, which led to a workflow inefficacies. And participants found themselves switching from one tool to another, multiple tools in one. They go to Zoom and then they go back to Google Classroom and then check their emails for notifications. So it's time consuming, and not all of the, specifically the students, they really express that it's not always that they check their emails. So sometimes there's a tendency that they miss classes because of this situation. And therefore with that, they emphasize the need for an all-in-one platform with features like live translation. Later I'm going to explain why is there a need for a live translation, and mobile notification, because as I said, not all of them check their emails from time to time. But if there's a specific platform that will notify them on the activities, then it will be easier for them to prepare. Next is balancing synchronous and asynchronous learning. They found it very crucial. So with this, therefore, they suggested a hybrid model combining live discussion with recorded lectures and discussion boards. With this one, they tend to see that this offers flexibility and inclusivity, accommodating students from different time zones, right? And next, let's talk about the cross-cultural exchange and student engagement. Now, during the FGD, we quote this by saying that one of the COIL's greatest potential is a cross-cultural exchange. It's very colorful. Everyone's so excited about it. Yet, there is a language barrier, okay? Language barrier emerged as a significant hurdle in trying to implement this. I'm sorry. Some students, specifically one of the implementer really stood out and said that some students had this hesitation or hesitated to participate due to language anxiety, which of course impacts engagement. He conducted the COIL program with Indonesian students and Filipino students, and a lot of not only Indonesian students were having difficulties on trying to express themselves and understanding their peers, but also the Filipino students were having a hard time understanding their classmates as well. So parang nagkakahiyaan. There was, because of the language barrier. And because of that, dyan papasok yung recommendation na there should be a real-time translation tools wherein no need for the students to miss out important things, because it's not only about the grammar, it's not only about the sentence structure, but it's also about the pronunciation, the intonation of the students. That's why they suggested to have a real-time translation tools, and of course, cultural sensitivity training to bridge this gap. So this comes with orientation and trainings for the student. And additionally, not only the students, faculty members also suggested the importance of intercultural preparation to ensure meaningful cross-cultural dialogues. Now, as to I have already mentioned the balancing of synchronous and asynchronous learning earlier, and now for the institutional support and long-term sustainability, there really is a need for funding, structured evaluation tools, and faculty, of course, and faculty incentives, rather, and expanding COIL beyond pilot programs. So this comes with training, a lot of orientations and seminars, really a strong institutional support. And as for the recommendation, these are the key recommendations that we have gathered from our participants. First is to develop a centralized COIL platform, as I have mentioned earlier. This is to streamline communication and collaboration with integrated tools. No need for them to travel from one specific platform to another, which is very time-consuming. And next is hybrid learning models, which blend synchronous and asynchronous formats for the flexibility of participation. And next is comprehensive training programs. A lot of trainings, orientations, like we need to make our faculties, not only faculties, but also students, be made aware of what is COIL. Because it's very important na maibenta siya sa faculties and students. And how do we do this? Trainings, orientations, and all that. Next is structured feedback and evaluation mechanisms. Of course, this is to continuously enhance COIL experiences, because these recommendations reflect to a collective vision for a more efficient and engaging COIL implementation. And next is, that's pretty much it. And to conclude, Ateneo de Davao is very optimistic about COIL implementation. A lot, if not all, a lot are very excited about it. Everyone wants to try what COIL is. A lot of them are curious, so that's why we got a lot of positive feedbacks, specifically coming from the implementer himself. So thank you so much for your time. And again, I am Hannah from Ateneo de Davao. Thank you.
Maayong buntag. Good morning to all of you, for those who are joining us here in Ateneo de Manila University, and for those who are joining us online. Maayong buntag, itaas ang bandila sa mga Bisaya. Alright. I'm Beng Manla, currently the Dean of the School of Education, and I am tasked to share with you the results of our FGD, which we conducted. So we have two groups. The first group was with the faculty and administrator of Xavier University, and then the second group was with the students. Just to give a background, the profile of our faculty and administrators, 60% of them have experienced COIL as student in the postgrad. Now on the students, 100% of them experience pilot COIL, which we had with Ateneo de Zamboanga. Alright, so as shown in the infographics, the participants' experiences, their challenges of doing COIL, recommendations, and the moving forward for a better implementation of COIL are summarized into three key piece themes. So you have their course design, development, and delivery. Second is on digital platform and physical infrastructure. And the third one is on user training and education. Now let's go through each of the themes. For course design and development in particular, the first group emphasized the importance of alignment of curriculum with existing international framework. I think we need to revisit the curriculum of the School of Education in particular and check on our courses, the modules that we have, which one of those would align to an international framework for COIL. On delivery, the faculty and the admin group mentioned the need for community of inquiry model. Although it's online, but the elements of education experiences should be observed. So there is the teaching presence, the social presence, and the cognitive presence. Now, generally, the common challenge was really on class schedule. Same thing with what ADU have experienced. But for students, the common time to meet for group work, the assigned task that was given to them was really quite a challenge. Cultural consideration was also mentioned. It can be looked into for course preparation. So that's on the first theme. The second theme, digital platform and physical infrastructure. Generally, all of them, the two groups that we had, mentioned that it has to be user-friendly platform. So both the young and the not so young, just check where you belong, all right? Now the platform should also have various integration of interactive tools to enhance teaching learning. And then a provision, of course, for a hybrid classroom. I think our students' experience during the call pilot was they go to different places, and again, connectivity was the concern. And that has been mentioned too. The lack of supplementary materials, that even if they are not into their core classes, it could have been better if they have other supplementary materials to read on. And then you have inadequate learning spaces. Same thing, we need a classroom for COIL, and then optimize platform selection. The third theme, user training and education. The students made mention that faculty should have the competence in handling COIL. And they add on the teaching assistant support can also be included. Someone who, the technical part can be done by the technical assistants while the teacher just can continue with the teaching learning process. And of course, the faculty and the admin mentioned that there is really a need for teachers training because for extra, this is really begun something new. So we will definitely be needing a training. And then to develop an understanding that COIL is a collective effort between faculty and it is a collaborative teaching, therefore there should be given more time preparing for COIL classes. And then create a preliminary module for COIL class, probably to start off our students a module that will explain what COIL is, how it will be done, and the task that is expected from that for that COIL project. Now, to sum up everything, the three key peace themes are interrelated, if you've noticed. And if strategically done, we can design a better COIL, and Spark-Coil is the answer. Thank you very much. And the next slide would show to you the members of the Spark-Coil extra team. We have, of course, Sir Mario Neri from the SQMO. We have Harriet Fernandez, the director of CISO. With me here, who assigned me to do the presentation, is our project lead, Engineer Jerry Doroja, and of course, our director of the international office, Dr. Sheila Boldutin. And there were some of the photos, don't worry, we asked permission to show their photos of those who participated during the COIL FGD. So with that, daghan kayong salamat.
Buenos dias. I'm Perla Arlene S. Ledesma from Ateneo de Manila University. With me is our Dean, Dr. Dorothy Joanne Labrador, and Ma'am Pilar Agraviador, our COIL Project Manager for Ateneo de Zamboanga. So we are actually the core team of ADSU. So our report, we titled it as ADSU COIL Experiences, Challenges, Opportunities, and Ways Forward. So, based on our FGD data, these were some of our COIL highlights. The Ateneo de Zamboanga University COIL partnerships with the University of Hawaii in Manoa and also with Xavier University, Cagayan de Oro, provided valuable opportunities for cross-cultural learning, international and regional collaboration, and communication and skill development. Despite the logistical and communication challenges, the positive aspect of the COIL experiences, particularly the cross-cultural exchange and networking opportunities, significantly outweighed the challenges and provided a more favorable COIL experience for all those involved. Now, I just would like to give you an overview of how we did our focus group. We did it last January 16, and there were actually 12 participants. We got 10 from our students, and because we did COIL only with XU and the University of Hawaii, our teachers were no longer actually there. So we just had one teacher and one admin participant. The criteria for including or choosing them as participants were actually that they were students of ADSU and that they had COIL experiences. And our focus group revolved on 4 key questions that are focused on the experiences, challenges, opportunities, and also ways forward or recommendations for future COIL initiatives. So, what are our key findings? For the experiences, we had 3 major themes. These are cross-cultural understanding, collaboration and networking, and enhanced skills and development. For cross-cultural understanding, participants emphasized the value of learning the cultures of other nations and regions, particularly that of Hawaii and Xavier University, Cagayan de Oro City. And the ability to connect historical context further enhanced the learning exchange. In fact, towards the end, they had developed their action plan. And that experience for them was worth their while, even if there were only 5 call sessions. And then, in terms of collaboration and networking, participants repeatedly praised the collaborative aspect of COIL. They valued the opportunity to work with peers, develop friendships, and expanding their professional networks. And they also mentioned that they had developed that skill of collaboration online, problem solving, decision making, and even they had become resourceful along the way. So, technically, we would say that the experience was very favorable and positive for our students as well as our teacher and admin participants. In terms of the challenges, of course, I think it is common. Number 1, the major key themes are the following: communication and time constraints, engagement and collaboration, and technical issues and infrastructure. So for communication and time constraint, insufficient time for communication hamper their ability to contribute in the learning collaboration, especially that with UHM, with Hawaii, because they have just to meet online for an hour and there is no asynchronous way for them to actually converse, collab, and communicate outside of the synchronous learning platform. Then, the difficulties also include in maintaining consistent and engagement collaboration due to lack of commitment and teamwork from partners. And of course, common to us all in the Philippines, the internet connection that is poor or intermittent. It's hard to connect with others. Sometimes they do not even have electricity because in some areas they still experience power interruptions. And of course, the platforms and tools for digital collaboration and assessment. In terms of opportunities, the key themes are cross-cultural learning and exchange, skills development, realization of global awareness and collaboration. So some of these are gaining insights into the school culture, language, and history of the partner institutions. COIL serves as platform for enriching participants' understanding of diverse culture and perspectives. In terms of skills, they mentioned that leadership skill was developed along the way, enhanced, time management, and troubleshooting, that on the tech part, the digital part. They also have developed social skills, social awareness about what's happening on the other side of the world and other side of the region. In terms of collaboration, they highlighted the transformative potential of cross-border and collaboration with COIL, cross-border learning. And based on all those experiences, these are some of the recommendations and ways forward. Platform selection and utilization. I think the suggestion is to use variety of platforms for different purposes. Class management, meetings, and communication, both for asynchronous and synchronous meetings. Also includes highly skilled technical team to manage logistical and technical support so that the teachers can focus on the teaching, the pedagogy, and the other preparations, while there will be a set or group of students or staff who will help in the tech part of the process in doing COIL. In terms of content and resource speakers, they suggested that the content should be relevant, age and level appropriate, agreed upon by the partners, and of course, the speakers or the teachers should also be knowledgeable about the learning content. And lastly, collaboration scheduling. I think even if it's done within the Philippines, there was also some challenges because some of the students on the other side, they have their midterm exams. Although we already plotted our schedules, there were 5 sessions, but we even have to move because there were activities in the school that were not actually calendared. And so it affected our meetings. But nevertheless, we were able to complete our sessions. And of course, to conclude our data from the FGD, we summarize them into these. The success of the Future COIL program or initiative hinges on 4 interconnected pillars, namely, strong technical support, clear structure and organization, so meaning there should be clear agreement, communication, even MOU or MOA, so that in the IRR, how do we go about it? And then the content should be engaging, and incentives in terms of grades, it should be agreed by both partners so that the students will be actually rewarded at the end, or they will actually be motivated to really join. This is a serious learning or modalities. And then the platform selection, utilization, and infrastructure support. So to end this presentation, we would like to remind us all who are into this program that the transformative potential of COIL is undeniable, especially at this age, but realizing the potential requires careful planning and execution. With that, I would like to say thank you for listening, and of course, this is our ATSU team.
Mahayang aga. Good morning, everyone. I am Paulo Jose Arcila from Ateneo de Manila University. Unlike the two Ateneos that preceded us, for context, it is actually the first time that Ateneo de Manila University College of Education will participate in collaborative online international learning. So it is my pleasure to present the key findings and recommendations from our focus group discussion on the Spark-Coil initiative at Ateneo de Manila University. So this discussion brought together administrators, faculty members, students, and support staff to explore how we can effectively implement collaborative online international learning. COIL is a powerful tool that connects students and educators worldwide, fostering cross-cultural collaboration, academic exchange, and global citizenship. However, ensuring COIL success requires careful planning, institutional support, and pedagogical adaptation. Our discussion identified 4 key areas that must be addressed. 1, preparation and training. How can we equip educators and students for international collaboration? 2, support and infrastructure. What resources are essential for seamless implementation? 3, issues, challenges, and barriers. What obstacles hinder COIL's success? And 4, pedagogical approach and expectations. How can we ensure that learning is both meaningful and globally relevant? Let us now examine these areas in detail. On preparation and training. A strong foundation is key to COIL's success. The discussion emphasized 4 major areas. COIL guidelines. Clear guidelines must define responsibilities, technical requirements, schedules, ethical considerations, and inclusivity measures formalized through memorandums of agreement with international partners. Technical specifications. Educators and students need clear hardware, software, and internet requirements to prevent disruptions during sessions. Early module preparation. COIL courses should be designed in advance to ensure materials are culturally sensitive and adaptable to diverse learning contexts. And faculty and student training. Training on cross-cultural communication, digital collaboration, and international learning platforms like Google Classroom or Microsoft Teams is essential. On platform preferences and learning approach, Google Classroom was identified as the preferred learning management system due to its accessibility. Participants also favored a mix of synchronous live sessions for real-time interaction and asynchronous activities for independent learning and collaboration. Two, support and infrastructure. COIL's effectiveness depends on technological and institutional readiness. Key needs include a dedicated IT personnel are necessary for technical support and troubleshooting, stronger internet bandwidth and cloud storage that will ensure seamless access to learning materials, backup power, alternative internet solutions, and troubleshooting protocols are needed to prevent disruptions. Likewise, the university should explore providing laptops, headsets, and necessary gadgets to students in need. Just like what was already articulated earlier, a dedicated quiet space for students to attend online sessions without distractions is highly recommended. And a facility for content creation and digital resource development can enhance COIL's learning materials. Without these infrastructure improvements, COIL may struggle to deliver an optimal international learning experience. On issues, challenges, and barriers, the discussion also highlighted several key challenges. Many students and faculty struggle with unreliable internet access. Next, coordinating live sessions across different time zones is a logistical challenge. Without a dedicated COIL learning hub, students rely on personal setups, which may not be adequate. Disruptions, especially in Bicol, which is usually hit by several typhoons in a year, disruptions caused by outages require alternative participation strategies. The respondents also articulated that some international partners use complex systems that require additional training. Many students also hesitate to express themselves in an international setting. Encouraging confidence in participation is, therefore, crucial. Privacy, security, and online behavior need to be clearly defined to ensure ethical engagement. And addressing equity in participation is essential for meaningful global collaboration. These challenges underscore the need for structured training, robust support, and cultural sensitivity initiatives. On pedagogical approach and expectations, to ensure COIL's success, we must adopt an inclusive, culturally responsive, and student-centered learning approach. Students should experience a foreign university environment through collaboration. Likewise, course materials must reflect multilingual perspectives and diverse global contexts. Moreover, a mix of synchronous and asynchronous learning allows students to engage at their own pace while still fostering real-time discussion. Faculty and students must be trained in cultural sensitivity, active listening, and digital etiquette. COIL, finally, is not just about academic learning, it's about global citizenship, encouraging students to think critically, engage in meaningful dialogue, and develop empathy is essential. Some expectations from COIL implementation. Beyond academic success, participants identified several key expectations from COIL. Students and educators expect open communication and mutual respect across cultures. They also said that COIL should strengthen global sensitivity, inclusivity, and intercultural competence. Participation in COIL should build students' confidence in expressing ideas in an international setting, and students should gain a deeper understanding of global challenges, solutions, and innovations. By meeting these expectations, COIL can truly become a transformative tool for international learning. The findings from this discussion make it clear that COIL is more than an educational innovation. It is a gateway to global learning. However, its success depends on our collective commitment to strengthening digital infrastructure for seamless collaboration, providing faculty and student training to enhance engagement and confidence, developing an inclusive, culturally responsive learning approach, addressing technical and logistical challenges to ensure equitable access, and fostering cultural exchange and global perspectives through meaningful collaboration. By embracing these strategies, we can position Ateneo de Manila University as a leader, at least in Bicol region, in international online education, equipping our students with the knowledge, skills, and global mindset needed to thrive in today's interconnected world. COIL is not just a program. It is a transformative experience that prepares students for a borderless future. With the right preparation, COIL can bridge geographical divides and bring us closer to the future of education, one where learning is truly without borders. Diyos mabalos po. Thank you very much.
So thank you for sharing the results of the FGD. We'd like to open the floor for questions, and if you're online, maybe you can type in your questions, and our support staff will read them out loud. Yes, you can raise your hand and then type your questions in the chat box. Or maybe some of our participants who are online now would like to share their experience also with COIL. What are the challenges, barriers, difficulties, and maybe some of the triumphs that you've had with collaborative online international learning programs. Yes, sir. The mic is here. You can.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I am RJ from Batangas State University. I'm just curious because I was amazed on the COIL of the different Ateneo schools, and I'm just curious if what specific program or what specific courses did you try on implementing this COIL program?
I will begin and then I'll have our partner schools. So we have one subject in the School of Management, and it's called Cross-Culture Communications. And that program actually involves other students from different parts of the world. They form a group and they're supposed to come up with a business proposal or a pitch. And the cases are given by a partner group. So that runs for one semester, and there is a group discussion, synchronous, asynchronous, there's guided faculty teaching there. That's one subject that we have here. Maybe the other schools can share. Yes, ma'am. I think we have another mic somewhere, or there.
Here na lang.
Diyan na lang.
Good morning. So for Ateneo de Manila University, we had our COIL with, actually we're still having with the University of Hawaii in Manoa. To answer the question, it's Philippine history because we call it moving cultures. So it's actually a cultural exchange or interaction between our partner school and ADSU. So we learn about their cultures. But for ADSU and XU, we had it with our education students, the professional education subject. We had the teacher and the community, school culture, and organizational leadership. But we agreed on a certain topic which focused on cultural diversity and peace. That's part of the 4 pillars of education. which is to live in harmony with the others. And that's where we focus our session. Yeah, I think any subject, any courses will do as long as you agree on what particular topics.
I will implement if I will implement it in my class, for example. So it's the preparation is one semester ahead before the start of the class. So because you need to have curriculum mapping, you need to it's a collaboration between the faculty, right? Okay. So, yes.
Just a short note on that. Actually, yes, when we did COIL, it was really an extra preparation on our part as the COIL teachers or champions. Actually, we need to integrate it now that we are starting the preparation. It should be integrated in our syllabus. Where do we do the COIL based on what we agreed upon? But from my prior experience with XU, actually, it was more of when we did it, it was already in the middle of the semester, but we were able to walk through it. Yeah, it's about conversing with the partner school. Thank you to our Dean, Ma'am Beng and Ma'am Lei for actually allowing us to do it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we have one from Davao.
Hello, sir. Just to give you an overview on how we do our coil pairing, we specifically, initially we conduct coil orientation, so that's open for all. And then after that, we call for sign-ups. And from then on, champions, those who decided after the orientation, okay, I want to be a coil champion, they answer questions from the sign-ups. And we use these answers to actually pair them with another coil champions. Now, in the sign-ups, there are options wherein they want, either they want to have it single disciplinary or multidisciplinary. Now, with our recent coil, the recent one that we have implemented, it was a multidisciplinary course. So one of the professor was handling philosophy development. And then the other one from Indonesia was handling psychology of play. So it's really two different worlds. So that's why they had series of discussion on how to design, because essentially these professors are the architect of their joint syllabus. So there were series of discussions on how to model their syllabus and of course the timeline. Now, with the timeline, they have agreed to have it 7 weeks, including the culmination. Now, as to the preparation, it does not necessarily have to be the whole semester prior to the implementation, because right now I am also handling another COIL program which will be implemented on March and another one next week. And the preparation was just about a month. It really would just depend on the professors, because specifically with sa March namin na COIL champions, this is a single disciplinary physiotherapy. So it's not very difficult for them to compromise or to amalgam their respective syllabus kasi nga single siya. So during the second meeting, right then and there, they were able to design their syllabus. And kasi sa Indonesia, they want to implement the COIL during their preliminary, where in that's Malaysia, yung ngayon, yung sa March. Now, the partner naman would want to implement it ngayong March, which is their midterm. So it does not necessarily have to be on the same term. So, yun. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one line now. Attorney Lily Milia, and DJ, can you provide now the introduction? Good morning, Attorney Lily.
Good morning, everyone. Am I late?
It's fine. I will just do a very quick introduction of you, Attorney Lily. I hope that's all right.
Okay, thank you. Am I coming loud and clear?
Yes, you are. You are. You're completely clear.
Thank you so much.
So we'll take a break from the Q&A a little bit and allow me to introduce our keynote speaker. So Attorney Lily Frida M. Melia CSO3 is the OIC Executive Director and Director in charge of the International Affairs Service at the Commission of Higher Education. She has a very, very lengthy and very comprehensive bio. However, I think very important to point out is I will just read some of the highlights of her bio. So she is Director 4 of the Commission of Higher Education of the Philippines, designated as Director in charge of the Commission's International Affairs Service with concurrent responsibility as Officer in charge of the Office of the Deputy Executive Director. She has almost 30 years in public service, holds the rank of Career Executive Service Officer 3. And as OIC Deputy Executive Director of CHED, Attorney Amelia supports the key initiatives of the Office of the Executive Director by assisting in the implementation of the higher education reform agenda and in overseeing operations of the CHED central and regional offices. She's the Philippine focal person on the UNESCO Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications in the Asia-Pacific region, ASEAN Integration Initiatives in Philippine Higher Education, Trade in Higher Education Services under Free Trade Agreements, among others. She's legal counsel for the University of the Philippines system and subsequently became chief of the CHED Legal Service 7 and also previously director of the CHED Office for State Universities and Colleges and local universities and colleges concerns. So she has a very comprehensive bio and is extremely well qualified to speak to us today about the challenges and the future of online international learning. So please join me in welcoming Attorney Amelia to the virtual stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for keeping my bio note brief. It is comprehensive because it's been, some time since I'm in this position. But I've learned from everyone. The beauty of internationalization is that we continue to learn and we continue to be open to possibilities, even pushing borders. So first of all, let me make my acknowledgement to the Honorable University President of the Ateneo de Manila University, Father Roberto C. Yap, S.J., to the other officials of the Ateneo de Manila, to the Academia WSB of Poland and the University of Alicante of Spain, a longtime partner of the Philippines and Philippine universities, the COIL coordinators who are here present, and various representatives of higher education institutions, both on-site and online. And of course, special acknowledgement to Ms. Karen C. Sunico, the Director of the Office of International Affairs, International Relations of the Ateneo de Manila, who, along with her committee and staff, worked tirelessly on this conference and project. I am here because I cannot fail Miss Karen. A pleasant morning to all. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to commend the organizers of this conference, strengthen and promote academic agility, resilience, and knowledge exchange through collaborative online international learning, or Spark-Coil, the Ateneo de Manila University, for yet another trailblazing effort that weaves internationalization into the pedagogy and advancement in higher education. SHED recognizes efforts such as this, um, and we also recognize the efforts of all the universities
involved in the Spark-Coil project, an Erasmus Plus capacity building for higher education or CBHE project, uh, pro- because it's proposed by this Philippine consortium. It brings together all five Ateneo universities in the country: Ateneo de Manila, as its coordinator, Xavier University, Ateneo de Davao, Ateneo de Naga, and Ateneo de Zamboanga University. And of course, the European partners um, of University of Alicante and Academia WS. As your Erasmus national focal point for the Philippines, I take pride if Filipino universities take the forefront of initiatives like this that bring about transformation in the local, if not the global, higher education landscape. And this is, I think, the first, because CBHE project that is led and initiated by a Philippine consortium. So kudos to all the Ateneo universities that are involved in this project. We also encourage our other Philippine universities to look into the opportunities at the Erasmus Plus program, and you can connect with our office, the CHED International Affairs Service. I am your uh, Erasmus Focal National Point for any queries or capacity building that you'll be needing. Okay. So the spark coil of of this consortium touches on a critical, relevant, and emerging trend in Philippine education: the COIL pedagogy, or collaborative online international learning. And at its core, COIL redefines the boundaries of international education by integrating cross-cultural collaboration into the curriculum without the need for physical mobility. But I think you have um, been this has been explained to you thoroughly. It fosters international or intercultural understanding, enhances digital literacy, and cultivates global competencies among students and educators alike. In the Philippine experience, pre-pandemic, we were introduced, Chad was introduced to this project by the Tarlac Agricultural University. And or its project Smart TAU Learning for All, a digital learning commons for TAU scholars. And in their project, they established the Innovation Laboratory for Global Education and Digital Citizenship. This project was conceptualized and led by Dr. Christine Ferrer, who is now Regional Director of CHED in Region 1. She was the former Director of the Office of External Linkages and International Affairs of the Tarlac Agricultural University. This innovation laboratory is a big part of their TAU Smart University program, which focuses on global digital citizenship education and collaborative online international learning. So in 2018, when this project was funded by the commission through the innovation and innovation grants, in 2018, Tarlac invited 10 more state universities and colleges into the consortium through a memorandum of understanding. And, uh, and the covenant, or their agreement, reflects a consensus among the leaders of the state universities, the 10 state universities, to complement and work together on common areas of concern deemed desirable and feasible in fostering the development of the COIL program, and how amongst them they can operate it. So through these multilateral and bilateral partnership agreements, they agreed to carry various activities, collaborative activities, exchange of faculty and staff, exchange of students, immersion in internships, curriculum development, co-sponsorship of seminars, co-hosting of academic meetings, joint research activities, publications, even holding ASEAN activities across the platform. They also did benchmarking and sharing of best practices, cooperative projects on internationalization, language, culture, and arts, and sharing of service facilities, laboratories, and academic resources. The lead in the state universities was the international relations officers, because the partnership was not just amongst the local state universities but also the resources of international partners, which now were able to cut through from the 10 state universities involved. This project,
Okay na ako yan. Pwede na
the
kayo.
10 state universities and colleges were further funded by the Commission on Higher Education to set up their respective innovation laboratory so that they can fully implement their coil arrangement. So amidst the pandemic, amidst the pandemic in 2021, the International Affairs Service, our office, replicated this initiative of Tarlac Agricultural University. We saw the efforts also of uh, of TAU and the 10 state universities that were initially funded under the innovation grants, and how they were able to create activities and collaboration through the platform. Of course, this started first with an initial capacity building and building the capacities of the faculty to use the coil as a pedagogy. So in 2021, the CHED International Affairs Service launched the project Internationalization in the New Normal. Remember, this was amidst the pandemic. Complete title is Modernizing the Innovation Laboratory for Global Education and Digital Citizenship. And we expanded the grantees now to 15 Philippine HEIs. It included also local colleges and private institutions, especially in those areas that are remote, like Tawi-Tawi, Cotabato, and Sulu. So all of these 15 innovation laboratory already set up. So the idea on this expansion of the iLab was to assist also these universities enhance their international education through the virtual platform, while also enhancing the curriculum as they do benchmarks and mapping with international partners and universities across now the 15 participants in the second part of the iLab project. So it envisioned fully integrating the COIL and the globally networked learning in the design and implementation of curriculum to accelerate the standardization of degree programs in support of transnational higher education and in collaboration with higher education institutions. So faculty were initially, of course, capacitated into the new pedagogy. It was good that we had the first part of the 10 state universities and also with the help of Tarlac Agricultural University. And we also noted several private universities that were really spearheading this effort, primarily the San Pedro College in Davao City. And in 2023, when all the universities or all the grantees already started putting up their innovation laboratory, we conducted a monitoring session in a ride shop of the iLab grantees to assess their performance. The object also, of course, is that we also realized that many of them um, were not of the same level of capacity of understanding coil and the use of the innovation laboratory. So we decided to capacitate them, bring the forerunners to it, those who have already started doing the collaboration online. And and capacitate um, both international relations officers and their faculty. I think they first started with programs that they can collaborate on or they can work on together. But later on, we were already shaping a program that would also address global citizenship education. So part of this capacity building was also developing a manual of cooperation. The purpose of the monitoring, of course, was to track the project's progress and identify the potential issues at an early stage, while the manual aims to systematize the procedures and requirements for using the iLab and to facilitate a uniform and consistent application process. This manual shall apply to any institute, department, unit, organization, or association if they adhere to the process and meet the requirements and guidelines set by the institution for using the iLab. In addition, this manual ensures that COIL lectures activities do not replace face-to-face, but provides guidance to professors to enhance their teaching strategies. And of course, it also provides enhanced studies for the students who will be in the COIL program. In developing this manual of cooperation, of course, we consulted with the experts and we did in-depth consultations, drawing from the expertise of our forerunners, Dr. Christine Ferrer, Dr. Michelle Ong, of President of the Balacat City College, and Dr. Erwin Faller, who was former Director of International Affairs and Partnerships of San Pedro College, but is now with the Holy Child Colleges Incorporated in Cotabato, and they are ruling massive COIL classes almost every day in this small institution in Cotabato. But of course, their insights, the challenges that in their experience played a pivotal role in refining the manual of cooperation. We have also incorporated in their best practices and to shape uh, the uh, uh, the other institutions that would be using the COIL program. Some best practices that we've noted, of course, were with the Tarlac Agricultural University. They were able to integrate COIL and GNL into their curriculum. It expanded also their international partnerships, especially during the pandemic, because they've used this platform. There was community engagement also because they were able to advance many of their sustainable development goals target through the COIL program. They had joint research seminars and sharing of service facilities that expanded also the community partnerships. Of course, faculty development is noted because of the efforts to capacitate the faculty into the COIL pedagogy. There were training and resources, and there were also assistance through the CIMEO Inotech. Student engagement was also raised because of the COIL activity. It developed their skills like cross-cultural communication, collaborative problem solving, and global citizenship. And the students across the platforms were also able to collaborate on research, discussions, and projects with international peers, enhancing their educational journeys. Another beneficiary of the iLab is the Mabalacat City College. And through Mabalacat City College, they were able to have active international partnerships with the University of Ryukyu in Japan, Lone Star College in the USA, Nangara College in Canada. It facilitated cross-cultural exchanges and collaborative experiences for both students and faculty. It also diversified their course offerings by integrating COIL into their various courses such as Introduction to Linguistics and Early Childhood Education. So they were able to with this approach, the students were able to engage in international discussions and gain diverse perspectives on the subjects of linguistics in early childhood education. Again, also the faculty were capacity were also enhanced through the teaching methodologies, and they were was also able to promote their intercultural competencies. Okay. Another noteworthy uh, COIL program that Mabalacat had was their engagement with the Universidad Nacional de las Artes, Argentina, to offer a semestral online Spanish class. And then the good thing about this is that they were able to expand it also to the to the other universities or institutions within the consortiums, primarily Sulu State College and the Holy Child Central Colleges in Cotabato. I think this is already expanded not just to Spanish classes, but also Spanish dances. So they are sharing online on how to probably the flamenco, while of course Pampanga, Mabalacat City College also shared our local dances. um, for the um, for the students, the iLab also equips the students with high performance technologies necessary to run the software. So I think even the digital competencies were expanded. The computers that we gave, or the desktops we gave, are really top notch computers. They were able to also get a very good learning management platform. And then they were also with Mabalacat City College. It enhanced also their smart classrooms, because they were able to procure a Huawei smart um, a smart classroom that enhances also the high high hyperflex learning modules. So I think this program, iLab, and the smart teaching classrooms of Mabalacat City College was their entry to the Times Higher Education digital awards on innovation, which eventually made MCC win the top awards, besting even the National University of Singapore. With this platform, they were able to ensure that everyone has access to the classes wherever and wherever they were, because in local colleges, usually their students would be working students, stay-at-home moms, people with disabilities, and they had to make sure that they address the particular needs of their students, and that they can continue to their studies no matter what their conditions are. So Tarlac Agricultural University, Mabalacat City College, of course, Holy Child Central Colleges, and also Sulu State Colleges, and all the now 25 Philippine universities involved in the Envision Laboratory have demonstrated strong commitment in enhancing their curriculum, pedagogy, and international programs through the iLab in Bayanihan COIL Innovation Laboratory. So you see, at the heart of COIL is collaboration and sharing. And we know that internationalization is the spark that lights up this collaboration. The principles behind, and the complete name is Bayanihan Coil Innovation Laboratory for Digital Citizenship and Global Education. They have three principles that we are grounded in: inclusivity, innovation, and community. Through inclusivity, we expand opportunities to everyone, especially to those who are least likely to experience international physical mobility programs. We bridge gaps, we create avenues for participation, and bring the world closer to those who need it most. The Bayanihan Coil initiative demonstrates that internationalization is not merely about crossing borders. It's about crossing boundaries of privilege, access, and opportunity. In being innovative, the Bayanihan Coil project embraces new pedagogy and curricula adaptive to the advancement of technology. It responds to the emerging competencies and skills demanded in today's interconnected world. It pushes us to break standards, challenge traditional norms, and as I always say, you really have to push boundaries. We have to embrace this borderless education system where learning is dynamic, it's not constant. We have to constantly move. It has to be relevant, it has to be future ready. And third, on the third principle of the Bayanihan Coil Island project is is the essence of the word bayanihan. This initiative builds a community of practitioners, advocates, and change makers. It nurtures a network of educators and learners who support one another, who grow together, and who collectively contribute to the global education landscape. In this community, we find strength through shared vision and purpose, reinforcing that internationalization is not just about in partnerships, but also about shared humanity, and if I may add, shared dreams. The Innovation Laboratory Bayanihan Coil project exemplifies how we can harness internationalization to inspire, to innovate, and to include. It embodies the spirit of collaboration and transformation, paving the way for a more equitable, connected, and empowered global community. And as we take this journey with the Spark project, under the Erasmus, let us carry forward these principles. We welcome, in fact, Spark-Coil into the iLab Bayanihan Coil, and together let us grow this community. Let us continue to spark collaboration, ignite innovation, and foster communities that transcends borders. Because through COIL, through Bayanihan, and through our unwavering commitment to internationalization, together we're not just building educational pathways, we are building bridges of understanding and cooperation that transcends borders. Thank you, and let us keep the spark alive. Mabuhay po kayong lahat, and good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Attorney Amelia, for that, for the call to actually collaborate further and for reminding us of the past of collaboration and encouraging us to carry on into the future. So we will now be actually moving into a break. So for our online participants, if you have any questions for our presenters earlier, please send those questions in through the Zoom, and we will just forward them to our presenters later on, and they can then respond to you. We will now be going into a 15-minute break, so we will see everyone at 11:10. We will resume at 11:10. There is food, other refreshments outside. For our partners, the COIL partners, please stay. We will be taking a photo with you. That's all. So see you at 11:10, everyone. I noticed there's some students in the back below. Hi there. Are you guys in education as well? Are you GBCO students or? Oh, okay. So I can guess who asked you to come. Just wait a few minutes as everyone is herded back in. Shall I begin? Sorry, I'm just taking my cue from the director. Okay. So I hope everyone had a good break. I know it's hard to come back from a break with amazing food. So we're going to start moving on now. We're now going to hit our second keynote speaker, who will be discussing Spark-Coil's unique approach to coil pedagogy. We're honored to have with us Father Johnny Go, Dean of the Gokongwei Brothers School of Education and Learning Design at the Ateneo de Manila University. Father Go's expertise and leadership in educational innovation make him an ideal speaker to guide us through this topic. If you will allow me, I will just introduce him or give a little bit of a background about him. Father Johnny Go is the founding dean of the newly established Gokongwei Brothers School of Education and Learning Design here at the Ateneo de Manila University. He is also the basic education coordinator for the Jesuit Asia Pacific Conference, where he conducts teacher training and leadership development workshops in the region. Father Go teaches education and philosophy at the Ateneo de Manila University, as well as science, technology, and society at the University of the Philippines. He received his EDDs from the UCL Institute of Education. This is in London, so very cool. And the Singapore National Institute of Education at the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Father Go was previously the director of the Ateneo de Manila University's Institute for the Science and Art of Learning and Teaching, or the Ateneo Salt Institute. His professional career includes serving as president of Xavier School in San Juan and Novali from 2001 to 2013, where he introduced such innovative programs as the Xavier China Experience, the Apple One-to-One Learning, and the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program. Father Go is also known for his online retreats and Bible blogs called Pins of Light. Please join me in welcoming Father Go to the podium.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So the topic that I'll be speaking to you about is the Spark-Coil brand of coil design and pedagogy. And I won't be giving you a lecture. What I'd like to do is just offer you conversation pieces, because what I'm hoping to do is we can provoke you into thinking and talking about possibilities for the kind of coil that we will be implementing. And we'd really like to rely especially on our partners who have experience in coil, because as you may have noticed, we are just beginning as far as the coil approach is concerned. So basically, just to put us all on the same page, since many of us are newcomers to the coil project, just a little description of the coil classroom. For me, the following are the distinguishing features of a coil classroom that we can leverage. First, as you know, students are provided opportunities for international and intercultural interaction and learning. That's, I think, the most important piece of the coil classroom. Secondly, as mentioned earlier, instructors need to collaborate on designing and conducting joint online classes. The approach should also stress experiential and collaborative student-centered learning, a buzzword these days as far as education is concerned. And finally, we also heard a lot of this earlier, classes are blended, employing a combination of separate on-site classes as well as online synchronous and asynchronous learning experiences. So, in short, there's a lot of flexibility as far as the mode of delivery is concerned. There are on-site classes which are conducted separately, but we also have the online, which is both synchronous and asynchronous. A possible syllabus and schedule, because originally Vinci was supposed to give a basic introduction to the coil classroom. So basically we merged two classes to a short-term joint syllabus with two instructors and a student-centric learning approach. So here's something concrete that we can think about. More or less, the coil course can be over half a semester. For us here, it's about 5 to 8 weeks, and we'd like to target at least 5 to 8 synchronous sessions. So 1.5 hours each a week. Weeks 1 and 2 is more about orientation, embedding the culture of coil. Weeks 3 and 4, we can have synchronous sessions, lectures and project preparation. And the last week, of course, is for the presentation of the output and the project. So that more or less gives us a sketch of what a coil course might look like. Now, what would the Spark-Coil approach look like? And again, here, it's I've just put together some ideas based on my conversation with colleagues. I would very much love to hear from you. So I'll give you time to think and discuss amongst yourselves, and perhaps we can hear your feedback. So basically, there are 3 proposed emphases in the Spark-Coil design and pedagogy, which leverage what distinguishes the coil classroom from the usual classrooms. The first, and this was mentioned in some of the focus group discussions earlier, we're hoping that we can more deliberately build intercultural competence. It's such a unique opportunity for our students to interact with students from another country, from another culture. So perhaps we need to have a deliberate focus on the goal of developing intercultural awareness and sensitivity. The idea here is we don't want this to just be a byproduct or something incidental that happens by accident. We'd like this to happen more by design. So as we launch this project, this is something we can think about. How can we be more deliberate in designing the experiences so that our students are conscious of the importance of intercultural awareness and grow in intercultural sensitivity. The second focus would be promoting reason and respectful discourse. And for me, this is a very important issue today because this seems to be, it's an endangered species, I think, today. I think people are losing out on the opportunity to learn how to engage in reason and respectful discourse. So hopefully the COIL classroom will be a safe space, but also a training ground for difficult conversations and reason disagreements. These two things we are kind of allergic to these days. But intellectual discourse necessarily entails difficult conversations and reason disagreement. So the hope here is that perhaps our COIL classrooms can promote reason and respectful discourse. Again, I'm sure this happens, but perhaps a more deliberate focus on this as we're designing the COIL classes. The third one is to promote reflection and action. Also, an endangered species today. Reflection is not something that people do naturally today. So hopefully a more deliberate alignment between the student learning experiences in COIL and their understanding and application of their learning. So this has to do as well with their project and their output. To think a little bit more about what kind of output will really enable the students to demonstrate transfer of learning, that they can apply their learning outside the classroom in the real world. So let me just go through each one of them very briefly. So as far as building intercultural competence, there's a lot of frameworks that we can draw from. One example would be the developmental model of intercultural sensitivity by Bennett. And basically his point here is all of us in this globalized world need to grow from an ethnocentric worldview, which is natural, to a more ethno-relative worldview. And he has drawn up several stages in each of the worldviews. So for the ethnocentric, there's a denial of difference first, and then a defense of your own culture, and then you tend to minimize the difference with other culture. So the invitation here is to grow out of these and to move towards a more ethno-relative worldview, where there's acceptance, adaptation, and integration. So the hope here is, can we be more intentional as far as designing our learning outcomes, our experiences, and also our assessments, so that we do encourage our students intentionally to become more ethno-relative, to grow in their intercultural sensitivity. So perhaps we should include in our COIL classes activities for self-reflection as far as intercultural sensitivity is concerned. We can give them a framework that they can use for their reflection, perhaps something like Bennett's, and for them to have conversations about whether they did in fact grow as far as intercultural sensitivity is concerned. So this is one possible direction, I think. I'd love to hear what you think about that. Secondly, would be promoting reason and respectful discourse. And there's a tendency for us to say that, of course, in our classrooms in the universities, these are all given, but I'd like to problematize that. I don't think that that's a given. So we need to sort of design deliberately for authentic intellectual discourse. I think that this doesn't happen naturally. So to create a safe space for thinking out loud, for students to experiment with ideas and be willing to make mistakes and learn from them. Certainly in the Asian culture, this is an issue. It's very, we tend to be very deferent towards authority. So we are very hesitant about thinking out loud, trying out new ideas and committing mistakes. But this is not something that's conducive to intellectual growth. The second point I'd like to make here is we need to avoid what is called safetyism, which is really the fashion today in the West, as well as here in Manila, I think, which basically refers to excessive caution for intellectual and emotional safety at the risk of intellectual discussion and development. So all this talk about trigger warnings, microaggressions, I think we should not be too carried away and too cautious about those, because otherwise we can't really engage in intellectual discussions. No? There should be no taboo topics. No? As long as we are reasonable and respectful, we should be willing to explore topics that are controversial. No? I'm pushing the envelope a little bit here, but I think it's important to think about this and to talk about it. No? And finally, learning how to accept and even manage conflict, when necessary, through difficult conversations and reasoned disagreement. I think in our highly polarized global world today, the problem really is that we are not able to engage in negotiation, which entails difficult conversations and reasoned disagreement. So hopefully the COIL classroom that we design and implement will provide the forum, the opportunity for our students to learn about this. So that's the second possible direction. The third one is about reflection and action. And here I'm really talking about designing the course. So I think all of us are familiar with backward design. So the proposal here, or one possibility, is that we formulate the desired understandings or insights that we would like our students to reach. One of the difficulties mentioned about planning COIL classes is the differences in learning outcomes. If we limit, in my opinion, is that if we limit ourselves to the level of knowledge, skills, and attitudes, it will be more challenging to find commonalities. But if we look for commonalities on the level of understandings or insights, we might have a better chance at finding commonalities. So to formulate target insights, which can be about the COIL content. So if you're doing, for example, international education, perhaps you can come up with an insight about international education that you can work towards. But it can also be about the process, like interculturality or reasoned and respectful discourse. Perhaps we want our students to realize that reasoned and respectful discourse is difficult, it's challenging, but it's valuable. I think that's a valuable understanding. So that's as far as understanding is concerned or reflection is concerned. And then we move towards action or application to design the possible applications of what has been learned, including the understandings. So here I'm talking about the projects or outputs. Some of the focus group discussions talked about difficulties about the projects. So the project and outputs have to be feasible, they have to be doable given the limited amount of time, but it should also allow us to assess student learning, as well as enhance student learning. So exactly how to go about this, there will be a training, I think, on this that we can all undergo to talk about possibilities of getting this done. And finally, only afterwards do we design the student learning experiences based on the above. So the design of the synchronous sessions, as well as the asynchronous student tasks between or outside the synchronous sessions. So the big idea here really is that when we're, a lot of the issues brought up from the focus group discussions were about delivery, like time zone differences, schedule, internet, and so on and so forth. Those are very important and very basic issues that we certainly need to attend to. But hopefully, we will be able to address those and we can pay greater attention to what I consider the more essential issues, which is the way we design the actual student learning experiences in COIL and the way we assess that. So in summary, these are some possible ideas. Here are some design and implementation questions for our discussion here. So how do we design and how do we assess if we need to? Number one, intercultural sensitivity and competence through our COIL classes. Secondly, reasoned and respectful discourse. And finally, understanding based on reflection and application of learning through the output or project. So that's all I have. What I'd like to invite you to do is maybe chat with your seatmate for a couple of minutes. I would love to hear your reactions, your questions, and your comments, especially from those of you who have already had some experience in implementing COIL. Is this something realistic? Is it something desirable? Would it be something valuable for our students? Okay, so a couple of minutes, just chat with your seatmate, just react to these ideas here. Thank you. Okay, maybe we can ask for some feedback, no? From some reactions, some questions. Just to let you know, I'm not married to the ideas here. These are just provocations, no? Possible directions for us. So we can listen to both those on site, but also those online. We will entertain one question online, okay? Yeah.
Father Johnny, I believe there's someone. Oh.
Okay, sure. Yes, yes. Sir, please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Carl Ivan Villanueva. I'm the Director of University of Batangas Distance Education. I just want to shed some light because I think I'm confusing myself because I want to know if this is still under transnational higher education because I understand that under the CHED memo, we're required to apply for TNE before we proceed to like double degree program, dual diploma. I understand that this is not really per se under TNE because as long as we have academic partnership with other schools abroad, then we can conduct COIL. I just want the confirmation that my understanding is correct.
Yes, sir. I think you're right because we're not, talking about degrees here.
All right.
We're just talking about joint classes. No? Yeah.
Okay, so that leads me to my next idea to build more partnerships abroad because that's the way we could implement COIL in our university. Thanks very much. This is very enlightening. It's my first time to join and participate in this kind of conference. This is so helpful, really. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I think one of the benefits of the program that we're going to launch is we're going to find a system of matching interested faculty, no? Because that's usually one of the problems in terms of coming up with a COIL class. No? So, yeah. Thank you. There's an online participant named Rene who has a question. So may we invite you, Rene, to unmute yourself and perhaps read out your question or comment.
Hi, good morning. I'm from Southville International School and Colleges, Father. I have 5 cute questions actually. Number 1, how did you start your COIL? That's the first question. How did you start your COIL? Number 2, what is your collective inspiration to pursue COIL? Although I saw already there the other reasons. Number 3, is this covered by an MOU? 4, how long is this program? And finally, how do you highlight COIL activities? Like, do you celebrate achievements by having, let's say, recognition, award ceremony, and so on? So very basic, but I know I have to start from the ground for me to understand fully. My name is Rene. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rene. If you don't mind, I will ask you to park your questions because we have an excellent presentation this afternoon that will respond to those questions from Vinci. Is Vinci here? I think Vinci will respond to those questions later. No? But I'll just respond to the first question, which is the only question I remember from the 5. Basically, what started us in COIL, we heard from our partner universities overseas about this experience, no? And I
Kasi
might,
yun, sir, imagine yung talagang wala na. Parang
can we mute the, can we
ilang oras na lang, ano?
all, please. Thank you. Thank you. We heard by word of mouth the experiences of the students, how they were really very happy about the opportunity. So here in the Ateneo, in our School of Education, we actually tried it out with a university in Tokyo. You know? So our experience is quite limited. You know? But the feedback from that experience was also very positive. That's why we're really excited to get into this program and get involved. You know? So that's how we got into it. Thank you. Thank you, Ren. Any other reactions or comments from the audience here? We'd love to hear from our partners from Europe and from the SUCs, especially those who've had an experience, no, in COIL, no? Especially with regard to these possibilities. No? What do you think? Are they feasible? Are they desirable? Please go ahead. Yeah.
Hello, good morning again, everyone. I am RJ from Batangas State University. In our university, we have this BAT State U Global Classroom. But what we are doing is the joint virtual class. It's like COIL, but it's not definitely the real and definite legit COIL. Because as I am really thankful for this conference because we get to benchmark on how we could leverage that joint virtual class into a real definite COIL. So maybe after this conference, we'll be having this knowledge sharing sessions with the campuses of BAT State U, and we'll be planning to have our COIL our very own COIL program.
Thank you very much. And that's really one of the aims of the project, to provide professional development and support. But also, Ajay, I want to say, I'm sure we will learn a lot from you as well, because you already have experience in doing something similar, no? So we're looking forward to that.
Thank you so much, Pa.
I think we have time for maybe one more comment or question. Pavel, yes?
Father, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you are at the point. Yeah? This is what we want to achieve with our COIL. First of all, to give a broader audience of our students this international experience. So in other words, to reach new skills, new competences in that area. And it is not possible if there will be a respectful discourse. Yeah? You cannot reach those competences without being open, without being respectful. And the last point, exactly the same. This is what we want to do. Yes, we want to reflect, learn from what we will do in our project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pavel. Coming from Pavel, that's a high praise, no? Because he's been very experienced in COIL already. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. I think this still needs to be developed, and so your feedback, your ideas, we'll be working very closely with our partners to develop the courses that will prepare our teachers, in designing and launching COIL in a more effective way. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Johnny, for the insights on the COIL pedagogy, as well as the invitation to keep exploring what this framework has to offer. Allow me now to introduce our third keynote speaker, please allow me now to introduce our third keynote speaker. So this is Dr. Sabina Ratajak. I tried to ask and I might have missed it, but she is a psychologist with 15 years of experience as a trainer, teacher, and manager. She holds a coaching certification, serves as a design thinking moderator, and is licensed to conduct mental resilience assessments using the MTQ-48 test. Over her career at WSP University, she has carried out key roles such as head of the Academic Career Office, marketing manager, vice dean, vice rector for development, and director of the Center for Quality and Innovation. It's a lot. With over 2,000 hours of training and workshops to her credit, she specializes in team building, leadership, interpersonal communication, coaching, design thinking, and negotiations. She's actively involved in shaping modern teaching programs at the university, supporting methods like tutoring, problem-based learning, and design thinking, and contributes her expertise on coaching, mental toughness development, and fostering self-organizing teams. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sabina to the podium.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure, it's an honor. As you see, I had made tough choices at a certain age. You have to choose. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues, with you. I was impressed by previous presentation. You've done a lot. You explore challenges, barriers, and also benefits of COIL. Your poster session, it was really good, so I would like to add something on that topic. Okay, so I would like, the topic of my presentation is the COIL in the context of quality of education. I'm head of Quality and Innovation Center at WSB University, so I am responsible for internal quality assurance system, but also implementing quality procedure and standards, mostly related to digitalization, but also to learning and teaching. In an increasingly interconnected and technologically advanced world, I feel that quality of education must go beyond the simple academic knowledge transmission. So, in my opinion, high quality education can be characterized by its ability to develop competent, globally aware, and adaptable graduates equipped with the intercultural, digital, and critical thinking skills. And I will be referring to this description, trying to answer the question on how COIL strengthens the quality of education. So, as we all know, the COIL is a pedagogical approach that bridges intercultural and geographical gaps between students from different countries with different educational, cultural backgrounds. So, coming back to this definition, in my opinion, COIL contributes to the quality dimensions by fostering intercultural competence, fostering active student-centered learning, it was mentioned before also, encouraging students' engagement, enhancing digital skills and communication, and improving curriculum innovation, and I would like to elaborate a little bit on each of these aspects. So, let's start with intercultural competence and global awareness. One of the key indicators of high-quality education is its ability to prepare graduate students for global challenges. And we know that traditional internationalization initiatives such as study abroad programs are very valuable initiatives, but unfortunately not accessible to all students due to visa, financial, personal constraints. So COIL makes international learning more accessible. And from a quality assurance perspective, COIL develops intercultural sensitivity. It was mentioned also by Father John. It's an essential competency in today's diverse workplaces. Also, COIL encourages reflection on cultural biases and stereotypes, and I will go for the reflection at the end of my presentation a little bit. And also, COIL supports diversity and inclusion. And what is quite interesting is the impact of COIL on cultural competences has been confirmed by research studies, so it's scientifically proved. And a research study have shown that COIL significantly increases cultural intelligence. You've probably heard about the emotional intelligence, so we have also a term, cultural intelligence. Another essential dimension of high-quality education is a switch from passive to more interactive learning of methods. And universities are moving from traditional lectures to more interactive method that place students in the center of the process of learning. This is the student-centered learning approach. So well-designed COIL includes collaborative projects based on real-world challenges, experiential learning, sometimes we call it learning by doing, and also technology-enhanced learning. From the quality assurance perspective, it means higher levels of student engagement, increased use of innovative technology, and stronger development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills. In my opinion, also COIL can be a digital skills accelerator. So through immersive online teamwork, structured digital learning experience, and also exposure to global platform, digital platform for collaboration such as Google Docs, Teams, Miro, Padlet, Slack, Trello, even WhatsApp, COIL enhances digital literacy and virtual communication skills. During the COIL course, students must practice, experience, develop asynchronous and synchronous communication strategies. And COIL gives a fantastic opportunity to experience very authentic experience, being a member of distributed team, project management remotely, and real-world teamwork experience across time zones and cultural contexts. So, by embedding COIL into curriculum, universities can ensure that students graduate with very relevant and transversal competences, which are very valuable at the global job market. COIL also improve curriculum innovation and foster curriculum design, mostly by introducing international perspectives into course content, by encouraging cross-cultural case studies, broaden students' understanding of global issues, global solutions, global problems, and also COIL prepares graduates for multicultural work environments. And at many universities without COIL, achieving high level of multicultural experience, multicultural learning is very difficult, mostly because a group of students are homogeneous. What are key elements of high-quality COIL design? It was mentioned, COIL requires careful design, implementation, and assessment. COIL also includes pedagogical and operational components. So to ensure COIL enhances educational quality, we must focus on the process of describing learning outcomes. It was also mentioned, Father John mentioned backward design is a fantastic pedagogical approach. In my opinion, we need to focus on clear learning outcomes. What does it mean clear? It means understandable by teachers, but also by students. Learning outcomes, this is a promise actually to students, yeah? So it's really important to define it. And COIL has this own specificity, so it means that we have to define intercultural, digital, and subject-specific goals, which are accessible and also measurable. In terms of assessment, which is also quite important key element, in my opinion, relatively easy is to assess and evaluate typical academic learning outcomes. It's difficult to assess and evaluate intercultural competences. So in the process of assessment and reflection, in my opinion, it's good to include this part dedicated to reflection, maybe instead of grading participation in online discussion, we can encourage our students to write reflective journal, and how their assumptions on different culture evolve through the project. A very important element of high-quality COIL design is selection of partners. Actually, you've already done it, but it's good to select partners with aligned curricula, aligned teaching and learning approach, and also assessment. Very important part also is intercultural communication and virtual pedagogy. So encouraging teacher joint planning and co-teaching can ensure coherence. Engaging pedagogical design, I mentioned students' learning approach, but in my opinion, quite valuable will be problem-based learning, project-based learning, design thinking, experiential learning, so there is a lot of opportunities in typical problem-based approach. And of course, technology integration, we all know that technology must enhance, not hinder learning, so we need to provide accessible, user-friendly digital tools. So to summarize, to ensure COIL enhances educational quality, institutions should provide faculty development. It's not only about virtual communication and pedagogy, but also sometimes even training on digital skills. It's good to integrate COIL into curriculum. COIL should not be a separate pedagogical experiment. It should be a part of our curriculum. And it should be embedded within our strategies, institution strategies of learning, teaching, and even internationalization strategy. Of course, as I said before, the process of measurement and evaluation of learning outcomes is really important in the process of delivering high-quality COIL. And aligning it with the accreditation and quality assurance frameworks, we all know that COIL is highly valued by international accreditation body. And my very last slide, I believe that well-designed COIL is more than internationalization tool. Well-designed COIL, it could be a strategy for enhancing educational quality, so I believe that will be Spark-Coil. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Selina. I'm not sure if there are any questions or comments immediately right now. If not, perhaps you, Dr. Selina, you'll be around. People can approach you. So with that, we will now move into our second break of the day. So we're going into the lunch break now. We will meet back again in an hour, so 1:01 we will start. So thank you, everyone. I believe refreshments again outside. We'll be back for 101 at 101, 102, and we'll hear from Serbian Chi back there as soon as we return. Thank you, everyone.
Picture na tayo.
She's like French. Yes.
Nakadalo pa ng tanong, nahihiya ka pa.
Always happens when you're just
Exactly. Oh no, sorry, it's here. Spark.
sorry, this is the
No,
password.
this is the code. Yeah. Sorry, it's the opposite. So it's first Spark, yeah?
This is the code. This is the ID.
I didn't password.
Is this password? Sorry.
No, this is identification of the.
Yeah, the identification is this one.
Is
You want to.
and then code.
The password is Spark.
Ah, okay. So it goes good.
Yeah, it is
3,
the
1, 2, 8, 4, 5, 6. Switch it up. Yes, I can share now.
Test, test, test. Pupas.
Afternoon, everyone. I just got the go signal to begin, so welcome to the afternoon session. I hope nobody is too drowsy after a good lunch. I know that that's bound to happen. We have now joining us Sir Vinci, who is the executive assistant of the president of the Ateneo de Davao, as well as the director of internationalization. I hope I got that right. I'm not reading it, so I hope I got that right. Please join me in welcoming Sir Vinci to the podium. Well, then can I close this? Can I close this?
Okay. Maayong hapon sa tanan. Diyos maray na hapon sa Indogabos. Itaas ang bandila ng mga Bicolano. Assalamualaikum. So thank you to our office mates here in Ateneo de Manila University for this opportunity to share with you our experience and lessons learned from implementing COIL at Ateneo de Davao University. So earlier this morning, we heard some of the concepts and approaches to how we can enhance our COIL implementation. These were shared by Father Johnny Go and Dr. Sabina. This afternoon, I hope to share the why. Why are we doing COIL? And importantly, the how. How do we implement COIL? Many of us here, those of you who are online, many of us are involved one way or another with internationalization initiatives in our universities. We have long recognized that internationalization in higher education is essential for preparing our students to thrive in an interconnected world. In today's context, however, it has become even more critical, as we witness a growing trend of nationalism and protectionism and regionalism, where states and societies increasingly turn inward, prioritizing local interests and identities. These shifts can limit cross-cultural understanding, making global collaboration and intercultural dialogue more important than ever. However, despite the significance of internationalization, actually internationalization faces persistent challenges. So I'll start with problems. Like a design thinking challenge, we start with problems. What are our problems in internationalization? Many of you are already familiar with this. First is high financial costs of internationalization. You have, especially for traditional academic mobility programs, such as study abroad, student exchanges, faculty exchanges, it's really inaccessible to many of our students. Visa and logistical barriers. So visa restrictions, logistical complexities, mismatched academic calendars, they complicate partnerships between universities. These traditional programs also often benefit only a small fraction of the student body, leaving many without opportunities for global engagement. Take, for example, student exchange programs. In the case of the private universities, the Ateneos, many of the students who can afford to study abroad for exchanges, actually they don't need it. They don't need it. They can go to these universities, to these places anytime. But the poorest of our students, those who are under scholarships, they need it. They need this exposure. So we need international programs that are more accessible, more inclusive, and more equitable. So the question now is, how can we create environments where students from diverse backgrounds engage in intercultural dialogue without being hindered by geography or financial limitations? How can internationalization in our universities be seamlessly integrated into existing curricula without disrupting institutional structures? You know the answer? It's COIL. One of the answers is COIL. But broader, it would be internationalization at home. One of the programs under internationalization at home will be COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning. It uses virtual collaboration, it's cost-effective, it's easily scalable, it is also reciprocal and revenue neutral. It's a model wherein students don't need to pay more. They just enroll in their usual subjects, right? So it's revenue neutral. It's accessible, it's inclusive, and it's technology-enabled learning. All to enhance the quality of education in our universities, as Dr. Sabina mentioned earlier this morning. So in the tradition of Jesuit education, this will be repetition. So this has been repeated earlier, this has been discussed earlier. But to better understand, let's repeat. Let's go to the letters one by one. C-O-I-L. What makes it collaborative? It's collaborative because it links the classrooms of 2 or more higher education institutions, each located in a different country or cultural setting. So it creates equitable team-taught learning environments where faculty from 2 cultures work together. That's the operative term, they work together to develop a shared syllabus emphasizing experiential and collaborative student learning. The O is online, but it has several permutations. So classes may be fully online, or more often they are offered in blended formats. So imagine 2 classrooms. The 2 classrooms may be fully online in their little Zoom boxes or Google Meet boxes, all of them in Zoom and Google. Or sometimes one classroom may be on site. They are in their physical classrooms, but they are assisted by technology to project, to be heard by the other classrooms, to be watched by the other classrooms abroad. So that's another permutation. But it is online. The international in COIL gives new contextual meaning to the ideas and texts that the classrooms are exploring in their courses, but also providing students new venues in which to develop their cross-cultural awareness. Can you do COIL locally? Yes. Yes, like what Ateneo de Zamboanga and XU did. It's still COIL, Collaborative Online, hindi international. Hindi na siya international learning. So it's COIL. So it's COIL, but it's still the same. But in order to really take full advantage of the model, of the approach of COIL, it's best if you're working with a different culture. In the case here in the Philippines, we're not a monoculture. We're not a monocultural society. We have a lot of cultures. We have 100 plus languages if you're looking at language. So what ADSU and XU did was also COIL, Chabacano, Bisaya culture, and also Bangsamoro culture, right? So, yes. Now let's go to the letter L, learning. COIL is a pedagogical approach. It's a tool to enhance the learning and the teaching process, to enhance our classrooms, right? So it makes learning, international and intercultural learning, far more accessible. As I mentioned, it is revenue neutral and it does not require really high-end technology, right? If you have a COIL classroom, then that's good. But you need only a good camera, microphone, the laptops, projectors. You can actually do COIL just with the laptop, right? But all of your students would have to have laptops or iPads. It doesn't really require a big setup. No. This is from the State University of New York, COIL Center. This is the framework for COIL. I know some of you have seen this already. Some of our colleagues saw this in PLB yesterday. But this is COIL in a nutshell. So it connects two classrooms, right, from two different institutions. So institution B, institution Y, perhaps speaking in two different languages, but definitely a different cultural setting. It could be same or different discipline, so multidisciplinary or single discipline. Students would have to collaborate, they would have to discuss their lessons, and then there will have to be a culminating project. So it's really experiential learning. The idea here is because at the heart of COIL is really students collaborating, engaging, discussing their cultures, discussing certain topics in their classes. So really to collaborate. And then this is the revenue neutral model. The credit is given in your home institution. So there's no credit exchange like a student exchange program. Now, let's look at the COIL classroom. So, a semester-long COIL is not practical. It's short-term, supposed to be short-term. Because the academic calendar would vary. Some of us would start our first semester August, some by June. Some might have trimesters. So, the academic calendar would really vary. So professors will have to be more on board with a short program. Professors need only align part of their separate syllabi, not all of their syllabus, right? So it's a joint, they're working on a joint syllabus. So 1/2 of the semester or 5 to 8 weeks. This is the preferred model. So target at least one synchronous session. So around 1.5 hours. In the case of Ateneo de Davao, it's 3 hours. So one synchronous session per week. The rest of the weeks or the rest of the days of that week, you can have asynchronous sessions or asynchronous projects or activities with the students. Weeks 1 and 2 will be more about warming up to COIL, orienting your students about COIL. So embedding the culture of COIL in your lessons for weeks 1 and 2. Weeks 3 and 4 will be synchronous sessions. You will have lectures, project preparations among student groups. But if you listen to the FGDs, to the assessments of many COIL projects, students are saying to lessen the lectures. Because remember, you're in Zoom classrooms. So more focus will be in the activities, breakout sessions, so asynchronous sessions. Students can even meet outside of class through WhatsApp, through Viber, Facebook Messenger also, so they can meet to work on their projects. The culminating week will be more on presentations and the culminating activity for your COIL. So now, for the stakeholders of your COIL classroom, first would be the professor. So professors need not be from the same expertise. Usually, professors who teach the same course find they teach this field differently, and it will be harder to accommodate another teaching style. But it really depends on your teacher. If they can do multidisciplinary or single subject approach. COIL is a model that's very flexible. And it really harnesses on the conversations, your dialogue with your partner professor. So dialogue and conversation between the two professors is really important. If the subjects are different, there tends to be greater effort to co-navigate content and learning points. So for the students, by the end, students will have a shared project or output for the course. The relationship between the students is at the heart of COIL. Remember, because the emphasis is on intercultural understanding, intercultural dialogue, and awareness. COIL encourages asynchronous meetings among students to further collaborate on their output as well as extend the intercultural exchange between the COIL classroom. Types of COIL would be 3. So we can have a pre-COIL, that's a one-time virtual exchange. This is actually doable, super doable. It's a one-time virtual exchange. You can ask the professor from the other university to become your guest lecturer, and then to be a guest lecturer, and then the other one will be the guest lecturer in the other classroom. So it's a virtual exchange of professors, right? So that's a pre-COIL. It's preparatory to how you would do the COIL Enhanced. And I think for the Spark-Coil project, this is what we're aiming at, the COIL Enhanced. So this is the standard COIL exchange model, which incorporates COIL activities into the classroom over the course of 4 to 6 weeks, 5, 8 weeks, depends on your teacher. There is another third type, the COIL Extended. And it runs the full length of the course, which is more difficult, but still doable, right? So now on to COIL themes. COIL can be subject-specific. Your COIL classrooms can be subject-specific, single-disciplinary. Students within the same area of study collaborate with a partnered classroom on projects and/or activities with the benefit of gaining understanding about the approach and perspectives of the other classroom. So education course with another education course from 2 different institutions. These are examples of activities that you can do in a single disciplinary subject. So virtual debates or discussions, you can do these activities. Students from the same discipline in different classrooms engage in online debates or discussions on specific topics to exchange perspectives, theories, etc. You can also do comparative case studies. You can do peer teaching also. So peer teaching will be students taking turns preparing, delivering presentations or reporting, kumbaga. Then there's the cross-disciplinary approach. So students from different areas of study would collaborate on a project, weaving together their 2 disciplines to accomplish a goal. These are some of the examples of activities that you can do for the multidisciplinary approach. You can have collaborative research projects. So students from different disciplines would collaborate on a research project, integrating their respective expertise to address specific issues or challenge. You can also do a design thinking challenge. So you will have to have a project design thinking challenge for your class. So solve this particular problem using your particular expertise, right? So then you will have to undergo through the design thinking process of empathy, of prototyping, of testing, and then iterating the entire process, right? The design thinking process. You can also do joint performances or exhibitions. Students from various disciplines would collaboratively create a performance, exhibition, or showcases that combines artistic, scientific, and cultural elements. Your COIL classroom can also focus more on the intercultural aspect of COIL. It could be cultural learning, so focus would be more on fundamentally experiential, wherein students themselves become the representatives of their own culture. So showcasing their own culture to the other classroom, vice versa. Examples would be virtual cultural exchanges. So students can share cultural artifacts, discuss about your traditions or practices through multimedia presentations, videos, etc. You can also do personal storytelling in your classrooms. So students from different cultures would share stories, experiences related to their cultural norms, values or traditions to foster empathy, understanding, and appreciation for diverse cultural perspectives. You can also do cross-cultural interviews. Students can interview individuals from their partner classroom's culture, explore topics such as daily life, traditions, social issues, and then discuss it inside the classroom to better understand the diversity of cultures in the world. It could also be, your classroom can also employ a more community-based learning. This is when the COIL classroom extends its engagement to the community. So outside of your virtual classrooms, you can do a virtual, what we call this, community-based experiential learning. So we did this in Ateneo de Manila especially during the pandemic, a virtual service learning program. So we have a partner community in Cotabato City, and then because it was virtual, then interviews are conducted virtually also through Zoom, and then we get to meet the people virtually. So the community, we can do one-on-one interview through Zoom in that community. But in this particular approach, it has to be grounded to the local socio-political and cultural realities. So these are the examples of that. Collaborative community service projects, virtual field trips, socio-cultural research. This is now the mechanism of how we did it for Ateneo de Manila University. Spark-Coil will have its own mechanism, which I will not discuss, right? But this is how we did it for Ateneo de Manila University. A university partnering with other universities to gather or to pair our professors. So we employed seven phases. First would be the orientation part, the sign-ups of COIL champions. There's the pairing, the training workshop, syllabus development, COIL classroom implementation, which includes monitoring, and then the evaluation and reporting. So let's start with orientation. What we decided on was like a supermarket of interested professors. They're not yet COIL champions, but they are interested to be COIL champions. So we gathered them through Zoom, we oriented them, introduced them to how COIL is to be implemented. This is from our partner universities and professors from Ateneo de Davao, but also from our local partners in Davao and Mindanao. So we invited them in this supermarket, an agora of professors. So we introduced them, and then afterwards, we asked them if you're interested to sign up for a more in-depth training. So we got several interested COIL champions. So we got a list of COIL champions, and then now it's our office, the international office, which matches those COIL champions. So during the COIL sign up, we will have to ask the professors, what's your area of expertise? It's in nursing, physiotherapy, mathematics, music, etc. And then we match them, we pair them. We also ask them, are you interested to do multidisciplinary COIL? So if they're interested, then we also match them with those professors. So now, once we have those pairs, we can then train them to prepare and capacitate them as COIL champions. We also help them through our School of Education. We also help them with the syllabus development, so the design of the joint syllabi, right? So we help them along the way. Our office will also do the classroom monitoring. We also support them with the Zoom. Usually, the professors would have to ask us, help us with the breakout rooms, right? The breakout room, so that's Miss Hannah over there. So she does the monitoring and then the classroom support. Then afterwards, we do the evaluation and then the reporting. So we consolidate all of the reports of our classrooms. Now, I'll give you this is to end my presentation. This is a checklist for the instructor of the COIL. So, these are 3 phases, right? 3 phases, but there are several sub-phases. So, sub-steps. So, first, you have to prepare for your COIL. You have to identify first and confirm international partners. You have your university has several partners already. So, activate those sleeping memoranda of understanding or memoranda of agreement. So, activate them. Isingin nyo sila. So, talk to the international officers. Are you interested to do a COIL classroom with our professors? Your professors they also have their own network. Right? You have your own network. The the schools of education would have your network of education experts around the world. So you can also use that network. So use your mga network in your university, but also your own personal and professional network. So identify them and then set goals and expectations. What are your personal, as a professor, what are your expectations of a COIL classroom? So list it down. Plan and design the course. Select your technology and platforms. This is more difficult. Secure institutional support. Good for the universities to have, institutional support. But I think for universities that doesn't yet have institutional support for COIL, they need a little convincing. We can give you the PowerPoint presentations, give it to your university president, and you can convince them. You can convince them that it's revenue neutral, it's all the whys of COIL. Now, during your implementation and facilitation, you have to onboard your students. You have to orient your students, especially if you're starting your COIL in the middle of the semester. You have to inform them that your class will be COIL. You will be employing COIL because there are certain expectations from students, right? Some students will just expect that this will be traditional lecture, activities, exam type of a classroom. So you have to inform them. Facilitate intercultural collaboration between your students, but also actually while you're preparing for your COIL classroom, there's already intercultural collaboration between the two teachers, and that's very important. Our teachers also need to raise their intercultural awareness, to raise their understanding of the diversity of cultures in the world, right? You also have to manage communication and manage communication in the classroom, but also communications outside of the classroom, which means the WhatsApp, the Viber. That depends on the preference of the students. Some students would now prefer Discord. They can create their own rooms. Do you call it rooms in Discord? No, it's not. Channels, yeah, channels. During implementation, you also need to support student learning, right? You have to monitor your students. Are they really in the Zoom classroom? Are they there, right? If they're not, then what's the problem? We need to ask them also. We need to ensure equity and inclusion. We need to also ensure it's not here, but it should be. It should be on top. Ensure safeguarding mechanisms for our students because there are risks for harm, for sexual harassments, etc., even within online classrooms, right? There will be students who stalk sometimes. So you know what I mean. And I'm sure your universities would have this safeguarding policies and mechanisms also. Now, the third part, after the implementation of the COIL is to assess. To assess the student work, assess the outputs of the students, gather student feedback also from your students and also feedback from your instructors. We need that. It's a continuing process of improvement, right? We piloted the COIL program last semester. We assess and then improve. Improve because we gathered feedback from the implementation. We need to document our lessons learned from the implementation of our COIL and plan for continuous improvement. So, all in all, there are many advantages to doing COIL. And it has really the capacity to transform our classrooms. We need the support from the ground up, but also from top, from the top, our university presidents, our vice presidents, our deans, they need to be on board in this initiative of COIL. So that's why we call them COIL champions, because we need to champion this new kind of virtual exchange, of virtual collaboration. All in all, to better improve the quality of education, because at the end of the day, it's really the learning and teaching process. At the end of the day, it's all about the students learning more and transforming to become better global citizens. So thank you so much. No questions.
So there were 4 questions a while ago, Sir Vinci. Do you remember? I don't know if you have responses to them, but I think some of them were answered. Maybe one of the ones that I remember is, do you have some kind of ceremonial thing at the end to commemorate the partnership? The answer is yes. Yeah, there is. Okay, that's cool. Any quick questions from inside the room? No? Looks like no. Also online, we're okay. All right. So we can move now to the next part of the program. Let me just double check. Okay. So we're now moving to workshop number 1 for COIL training. So we're now gonna wait. So this first workshop, COIL training, will be facilitated by WSP Poland and Ateneo de Zamboanga. Am I correct? No? WSP Poland, yeah, okay, cool. So, Sir Pavel, is that you? Yeah. They will offer hands-on learning and practical tools for implementing COIL in your own educational settings. So, please welcome Pavel from WSP Poland.
Magandang hapon po. Kumusta po kayo? I was trying my Tagalog. Well, first of all, I would like to say that me, myself, together with my colleagues, we were privileged to arrive here to Philippines and to experience your hospitality, your welcoming heart, your wonderful kitchen, nature, and all of that. But as I said, we've been privileged. But most of our colleagues who are now in Poland experiencing minus 12 degrees, if they will knew a little of Tagalog, they will say, sana all. But why I was referring to this privilege of being here, I was referring because this situation is very similar to our students. Here we are able to cover their international experiences through on-site mobilities only in a very low percentage. In Europe, we are having even much more better situation than Philippines. Here we have Erasmus Plus program, and we have fundings given by European Commission to exchange students between our partner institutions within the European Union. So we have budget, we have money, we can send students. But still, this is, well, in the best cases, around 1% of students per academic year, so just very little. Of course, there is more and more efforts to guarantee international experience through internationalization at home. But even though if we will combine it all together, it's still, in my opinion, not enough. And why? Because our life is changing. Yeah, this is globalization. It's becoming more and more obvious. And those international competences or intercultural intelligence, as Sabina was referring before, is one of those qualities that are highly sought by the labor market, yes, or by employers. And we would like to have our students being prepared, having those competences, those skills. And I would like to share with you one joke that I recently heard from one professor that was hosted by our institution, and the joke is as follows. There is an international meeting somewhere in Europe, let's say in Germany, international conference which is proceeded with a dinner, and during the dinner the Minister of Foreign Affairs is having an ambassador of, let's say, Angola on his right side. And they are serving the champagne, all the guests are drinking, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs is looking at the ambassador and asking, good? A little shocked, answering, good. Then they are serving dishes, and during eating, the minister is looking at the ambassador of Angola and nyam, good. And he replies, good. And then when the time of speeches is coming, the ambassador of Angola is approaching the podium and he started to speak in German language fluently. And when he finished, he is approaching the minister, passing by, he is just whispering to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, blah, 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 good. So we would like to have our students having those competences, being able to communicate with people of different languages, different cultures, understand them, and to be effective, because this is the everyday life now, almost to those who are already professionally engaged. Yeah? Our companies are building international teams. In many cases, those teams are working in a remote regime, so they never even meet each other. And this is where the coil is coming. And today, because this is a workshop, our stomachs are full. We've been already having our mind full of different concepts, so we'll also be a little engaged now. Because I would like to, and all of us would like to know a little better what are the real needs for our training in the future. So we would like to understand what we need and how to tailor the training so we will be able to implement our coil in the most effective way. And being able to answer those questions. Why, what, and how. But what I would like you to remember is that what we will be heading through the training is that all the coils that we'll have will be intentional. So it will not be just a random thing, it will be something that we really want to intentionally do. That it will have its purpose. So all, as Sabina also said before, all learning outcomes will be clearly defined and at the same time understandable for students and for teachers as well. We will try to reach those skills competences that will allow us to engage as many different stakeholders as possible. And of course, through different technology, the training will be inclusive. But first of all, what I would like to do, I would like to invite you to share a little of your expectations and invite you for a quiz. You can use one of those two possible ways of accessing the Metimeter through the QR code, so you can just scan the QR code. Or just use the link and provide the code. It applies also to students and all of those who are joining us right now online. Yes. Should I stop the recording? Those of you who has a difficulty with the internet connection, will give you a password. Yes, so already we have around 40 responses. And a quick analysis proves what we said at the beginning, what we are trying to underline since the beginning of our meeting today, that those cultural competency skills are one of the prior expectations that we have towards students. The second, I think, will be the collaboration. Okay, and now I would like to ask exactly the same question, but from the perspective of the second, the most important stakeholder of the COIL, so the teachers. So what is the one benefit that you, the teachers, those of you who will implement the COILs, what is your expectation? One, the most key benefit you would like to gain from the COIL? I can see that almost similarly, yes. Most of those expected benefits refers to intercultural skills. Okay, thank you very much, because for me this data will be very helpful for the further steps of our training that is going to take place in Poland. It has been said today several times that COIL represents an approach with few very crucial elements. First of all, collaboration. Secondly, engagement of technology that allows collaborate online. And this international aspect, yes, so reaching some international experience competences. And yesterday night I have prepared something that will help us to understand a little bit better the gaps that still need to be filled when it comes to our readiness for implementation of COIL. And the Wheel of Life is a quite popular coaching and counseling tool which has been designed to help individuals assess the areas of their life. And similarly, we can apply this tool to our efforts of implementation of COIL. And for that reason, we have here, as you can see, 10 different elements of COIL, which I will ask you individually to assess. But please remember that this circle is based on few principles. First of all, that there is not such thing as a perfect COIL. We have to remember about that. We'll try to, through our activities, through our training, implementation and feedback and assessment from the implementation to improve our COILs for the next iterations. And this tool is like something that I would like you to fill in, and later on I would like to gather it and keep it with me. Here you have one example of such already filled Wheel of Life. And when done, I would like you to individually ask yourself those 3 questions that you have on the second page. So, what are the gaps that I need to fill in? What are the areas I should prioritize for improvement? And what resources will be helpful to enhance my COIL project? Okay, so maybe I will just ask someone for an feedback. What will be the main gap?
Our main gap for Ateneo de Davao is more on stakeholder involvement. I think I was thinking of external stakeholders to involve them more.
You? And what about
What should we prioritize or support? Do I mean? We were thinking of smart classroom, coil kit for students who are not fortunate enough to have access, strong or robust internet connection in our area, skilled tech support or logistical support, and digital pedagogies training.
Thank you. And Batangas, maybe.
For Batangas State University, since, as I said earlier, we are just starting to have our COIL program. So for the gaps, we identified technology and digital tools, stakeholder involvement, and the instructional design and facilitation.
Thank you very much. Was it somehow helpful for you, this tool? Later on, I will ask you just to pass all of those documents to me. Just, you know, as a, for the final report. Well, now another simple tool. But for this, I would like to create few teams. If we can just count from 1 to 6 and remember your number. And 1. Four. 6. 1. Who else was not counted? 2. Okay. And 2. Okay, thank you. So, numbers 1. I would like to invite you here. Numbers 1 here. Numbers 2 here. What is your number? Number 3, yes. Number 3 will be here. Number 4 here. No. And number 5, yes? Number 5 here and number 6 here. Number 4. Do we have more number 4? This is number 5. Yes, number 5, number 6. Okay, so now I would like you to look at COIL from using this very simple tool, which is the SWOT analysis. Yeah, so analyzing the strong, weak points, of course, opportunities and risks. And to help you, you can just pick up one of those questions that are in each of those boxes and discuss them within your team, just for 5-6 minutes. Yes, one question, just to help you. You can address other questions, but this is just to help you, yes? Yeah, each team will have to say something, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Let's share some findings from our discussions. And by the way, those of you who are online, you are also welcome to use this simple tool to analyze your coil. So, what will be the biggest strength of coil?
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Thank you. And what is going to be the biggest weakness of coil?
Sir, for our group, we answer the third question on the list. Do we lack a dedicated coil coordinator to oversee the process and logistics? For some university like Ateneo de Davao University, they already have coil coordinator, but for the two other universities in this group, University of Batangas and Ateneo de Manila University, we are yet to identify our coil coordinator since we are starting to participate in coil.
But as I understand, those weaknesses or this weakness can be utilized by implementing good practices, yes? Thank you very much. What about the opportunities? You have it. So what was it? Weaknesses. Yeah. Okay, so weaknesses. What is on this weak side?
I think we share same weaknesses even if she lives several miles away because of hesitations of faculty members due to workload. Because most of us, um, our faculty members have different designations and positions. So it's challenging and difficult on the parts of our faculty members to not just adjust, but to receive all this additional internationalization.
How can we answer to this weakness?
It's very hard to answer, but since I'm an administrator, first is I would like to inspire them. Basically, by attending this, when I go back next week, I can share with them my learnings. But another thing is hopefully our administrator will be able to add more faculty members or staff so that we can facilitate COIL properly.
I think you use a perfect word, inspiring, yes? Inspiring, making all of stakeholders being aware of those positive aspects of COIL. Thank you. And threats, what are the threats, risks?
The risk could be the lack of skills and trainings from the teachers, and also the potential for the data privacy that will be violated for students and teachers. No? The hacking problem, especially in the Philippines.
Carol. But I think we can mitigate the first risk, yeah, through the training. That's why we are intending to have a training before. Thank you very much. Well, I will maybe skip a few parts of what I have prepared for this workshop, not to make it too long. This has been said today already, that there are different variations of COIL courses. Of course, the most easiest one is if we have two teachers having the same subject, yeah, so the same course. This is relatively quite obvious. The other option is that we have two different courses within one discipline, yeah? And the third one when we try to build a COIL out of something trans-interdisciplinary. And now I would like to ask you about your own preferences, yeah? If you would like, if you expect to have a COIL with a teacher who is having the same subject as yours, or maybe you rather prefer to have something more, but we will stay in the same groups. We're still staying in the groups. Ah, you need your phones, okay. So the results are as follows. I think it's a quite normal distribution of the answers. And most probably, when we will analyze it at the end of our project, the distribution will be very, very similar. But definitely, both two together are the ones that we will be having mostly. Yes, and now what I would like to ask you about the potential course you would like to implement as a COIL. Name of the course. If you could name the course you would like to implement as a COIL. So as you can see here we have a scope from more specialized courses up to something that is, let's say, holistic or can be approachable for almost every field of studies. This part I will skip because I have prepared several examples of two courses from two different, I mean within one discipline, but two different courses and how the potential COIL could look like. But instead of that, what I would like you to do now, because we are almost heading the end of the workshop, I would like you to, in your groups, to think about the COIL through the aspects of few elements. So I would like you to name your COIL within your group, indicate the dates of the COIL, number of students you would like to host within the COIL, language of instruction, modality, and a short description. The short description, I mean here like what means of communication you would like to use, what kind of activities you would like to have engaged, maybe what type of assessment you would like to also have on board. Just for 7 minutes in every group. Just hypothetically, yes, the course with those few characteristics. Yeah, it's even full bachelor level, yes, and the course will be gender and sustainability. What I saw, we have also a very wide spectrum of courses, from a very general one to a very specialized one. The intention of this exercise was just to start to think about the coil, yeah? Even in those maybe not the most important aspects, but still important. And because we are already 15 minutes out of the schedule, this is my last request to you, just to share with you a reflection. Or as you can see, there are two main areas needed in improvement is the curriculum internationalization and intercultural communication skills. Okay, so thank you very much for your participation. One more, but this is related to our 3-day event. So I will ask all of you who were with us the last 3 days also to share your satisfaction from what has been prepared. I am very satisfied.
We received high grades from you.
Siyempre. Katok lang kayo doon, tapos sabihin nyo sa guard, ako, pangalan ko. Tapos, okay, alam mo, tawag na yun.
We go? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hello, afternoon everyone. How are you doing? Still there, I hope. One last, I promise. We promise. So allow me to introduce the second workshop for today. So the speaker for this is Dr. Javier Molina, whose name was here, but it's not anymore. So Dr. Javier Molina is Assistant Professor in the Department of Innovation and Didactic Training of the Faculty of Education in University of Alicante. He teaches subjects in the degree of Early Childhood Education and the degree of Primary Education. He has collaborated with the Department of English Studies of the University of Alicante, teaching subjects on the degree of Social Work, tourism, also in tourism, and also in English studies. He collaborated with the Institute of Educational Sciences of the University of Alicante, teaching modules for lecturers and administrative staff. He's had academic stays in the US, Germany, England, Norway, and Lithuania. And during those visits, or during those stays, he developed his interest in intercultural competence and its improvement, which is reflected in communications in congresses and publications. Currently, his research interests focuses on the learning and teaching of foreign language content, the incorporation of technologies, and the incorporation of technologies in language learning. So, if you would please welcome Dr. Javier Molina to the podium.
Hello. Okay, this is going to be a joyful, practical approach. Remember, I'm into teacher training, so my students are future teachers, okay? So I just noticed with Pavel that we need some class management because you guys are like us guys, okay? So when we do a talking and the grouping and everything, when I want you to stop talking and start listening to me, I'm going to raise my hand. And you're going to learn how to do two things at the same time. Yeah, guys, we can do two things at the same time. You're going to raise your hand and stay quiet. Okay? Now you talk. 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 Perfect. Okay. So if you notice you're not working. Oh, something happened there, yeah? This is how my name is in two other official languages in Spain, Catalan and in the Basque Country. Okay, so I see my name everywhere, and my last name is also everywhere. Okay, so let me introduce myself. Obviously, this is me. Obviously. No? Oh, these numbers are important in my life, so I want you to guess why. Come on. When was I born? 2011? No. 5? Before Christ? After Christ? No. Eh? You know how to play the game. I have two daughters. Well, that's what the mom said. No, I was there. Okay. I wish. Not legal in Spain. I've been told it's legal in the Philippines. I'll be coming here. No, that happened already. No, I'm sorry. Forget about it. Sorry. No, come on. There is a pattern. Something happens every 10 years in my life. And it also happened 2021, but it was a bit boring. I have 2 children. What else? Come on. No, sorry, I forgot. Only happy things, okay? No. Happy good things. I'm still married, but just out. Happy good things, okay? I got married in I don't remember. Okay. I give you a tip. When? I graduated from where? University? I'll be 100 years old. No. I wish. No, I give you the hint. This year, 1991, I went to live to the United States. That's why my English is not as bad as most of my colleagues from Spain. Okay? So we got that one. What happened 10 years later? I was forbidden in the United States. I couldn't come back, yeah, but I went to live to Germany. Berlin. Nice. What happened 10 years later? No, it's always 1 year, a month. No, I went back to Berlin. I liked it. Okay? And 10 years later, I went to live to Norway. Extremely expensive. Okay? Because of all that, the 5, one wife in each country? No, what did you say? languages. I speak 5 languages. Okay? Sorry, Filipino only salama. Salama, salama, salama. Okay, I introduce myself. Now it's your turn. Okay? Usually I do it with my students. They are teenagers, and I say, take out your cell phone, select a pic from your gallery. Teenagers, it takes them forever because they have to look good. Now, okay? You're going to use the pic to introduce yourself. If there is anybody still watching at home, do it. If there's anybody, probably not. We're going to use it, a pic from the gallery, ladies. You're going to use it to introduce yourself. Yeah? Oh, you look like my teenagers. It's going to take, you don't need to look that good, okay? It's just, okay. If you don't mind, Padlet. Padlet for me is the best. You share your picture there. Hope it works. Somebody tell me, oh, I managed, I could do it. Nobody's watching, so just upload the picture. You can write, hello, it's me, a short text to introduce yourself. That would be nice. You can do this in class, face-to-face, or remotely with students from Finland or from Poland. We will review this assessment later. Manage? Your English is good. You've got a positive attitude. You're doing great. Fantastic. You text? By the way, I think there's a pic of my nephew. He's not really my nephew, obviously. But when he was a child, I used to carry him on my arms. Not anymore. Did you get your picture there? Don't lie to me. Christ is watching us. Normally I lie, because teachers, we do lie. But here, God is watching us. Okay? I think my teenagers are faster than you guys. You've got TikTok? Don't worry, you won't be dancing. Okay. Yes? Most of you done? You don't need to tell your whole life to unknown people. Not so many details, not needed. I should have had Tinder there. Okay, finished? Yes. While you finished, I was wondering why they offered me to come, and I realized the moment I saw your black hair. They wanted somebody looking old, which is me. Number 3, life experience, gray hair. But actually, I spent 2 summers taking some courses for teachers of English. Also, I co-organized a blended intensive program in Kaunas, Lithuania. Very interesting. I took my students, we spent a week in Kaunas with students from Slovenia, Bulgaria, Spain, and nobody showed up, no locals. We didn't have many locals. And one of my 3 Master of Arts, I managed to do it during the pandemic because England is unaffordable for Spanish people. But during the pandemic, I could do it online. So that's why I think they just said, okay, you go. Another activity I usually do with my students, not doing it with you guys, is compare and contrast. I tell my students, choose a pick randomly, and then in pairs to get out of the box for engagement, icebreaker activity. I do that one. Okay, let's compare what you have with what I have. We are not doing this one, okay? Let's move forward. That was last week. This is for real. Could you tell me what's happening on the left, what's happening on the right? Where was I? Do you see any difference? You are too good of people, eh? Okay. Say it again? Yeah, big detail. Here, cameras are off. Okay? How many people were watching? I, myself, was supposed to be part of the audience, and I was delivering my class. But attendance had a tick. This was Catalan language course I'm taking as a student, but I had my laptop and I was teaching my students at the same time. If I was cheating, how about the rest of them? Yeah? No cameras, nobody's listening. People are cooking in the gym, delivering a talk, whatever, okay? Here it wasn't possible to hide. Just a suggestion, COIL is good, but remember that people have a purpose. We were discussing it before. Am I getting credits for this? If they just do it for the sake of knowledge, nobody cares. Maybe that's my lazy experience as an Spaniard. Okay? There we go. Sorry, no menti. No, I just wanted to show the tool, but we know how it works. So, no. Okay. Vous parlez français? Répétez avec moi. Picolage. Répétez. Repeat after me. Picolage. Picolage. Très bien. Formidable. You're going to create one. Okay? You go to Picolage. As it's written, it should be for free, or Instagram or similar. Do you know what a picolage is? It's a number of photos. Instructions are, all the photos here are related, except for one, which shouldn't be there. Let's use my example. Which one is the odd one out there? One is clearly, shouldn't be there. The one without people, oh, do you mean this one? That's UCL, London, the same place as that one. Graduation. No. Give me more. The shopping mall actually is Norway, the same as that one. NTNU is this one. This was Spain, that's Norway and England. This is the father of the child you've seen. You can see that he's pretty tall, yeah? That explains. Oh, and he is the president of the Jesuit School Parents Association. He's the one who deals with happy and not so happy parents. Jesuits as you guys. Okay, would you try to do the picolage? Or is it too difficult for you guys? We don't have the time. Are you trying? You guys are trying? Are you doing a big collage? I'm talking to myself. Hello. No problem. Let's move forward. Okay, you can use it as an icebreaker, team building, engage students, intercultural competence. We think it's easy. It's not easy. People from different places. If you do your big collage, you can upload it here. Does anyone want to dare to do it? You're too tired, yeah? Okay, please raise your hand if you are tired. Raise your hand if you are tired. You're not tired. Raise your hand if you are very tired. Hands down. Raise your hand if you are exhausted. You wish. Okay. Okay. Why do you think I have these sort of activities? Anyone in this generation? You guys? Are you in this generation? Do you upload your life? Do you make it public? You have TikTok? You have no, us? We don't. We are the Facebook generation. Facebook generation. We write about our life. I was there with my friends. Then came Instagram, younger people. Just a photo. Now it's TikTok, dancing. This is how they do things. Younger people, very loud music, 3 things at the same time. Everything is digital. You teach them, you tell them to do something having to do with the screen, they do it. Yes? Interactive, what we just did, but you're tired. Tech savvy, we could discuss about that one. Less focused. Less focused? Well, today we are all not very much focused. Okay, hand activity. You're going to use your hands. You know where you have them? Yeah? Most of you will have 2 hands. Most. Instructions. Okay. Has anyone started? Oh, you are more disciplined than we are. Because my students, before I give the instructions, they have already finished. Okay? Thank you for waiting. You're going to have your hand on the sheet of paper. Pronunciation, please. Any of them, any of the 3, any of them. And you're going to draw your hand, please. Yeah, most of you have 5 fingers. As you can see in the pictures, some of my students have 6. I have very interesting students. Does your hand look like Mickey Mouse's hand? Then you're doing well. Wonderful. We have some artists here. Congratulations. If I had some sweets. Okay. Step 2. I'm sorry, this is becoming really difficult. You write your name on your wrist. Wrist. And I use this to teach English because my students say wrist. 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 My specialty is pronunciation. Perfect, Sheila. Sheila, are you dyslexic or is that your real name? Okay, thank you. Yes, finished? Now, do not cheat. This is for getting out of the box. This is very happy. I'm going to be talking to people in Finland, people in Spain, people in Italy, yeah, but then you have to get out of the box. When I say off we go, you guys are going to stand up and you're going to talk to 5 different people in the classroom. Wait, do not cheat on me, okay? You're going to talk to people you have never talked to. And in every finger, you're going to write the name of this other person and something you and the other person have in common. You cannot say, dark hair, I'm Filipino. Small nose, no. Something different, like you and I, we like Star Wars. Yeah, you love Star Wars? Say yes. Yes. Wonderful. Okay? People you have never talked to. I cannot see Polish and Polish. Yeah? Luzon, Mindanao, you have to mix here. Yeah? UNH, okay. Off we go. 5 different people, things you have in common. Off we go. Thank you. And people at home, we cannot do this. Just yeah. Yes. And you and I have in common that the name. So you're my cousin, Catherine. Thanks to you, always.
I'm Rowan, Batangas State University.
Hi. Tina, what do you and I have in common? Fruits? Which ones?
Sorry. Only one.
The hours come close.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Nice meeting you.
Sir, do you need more or
Yeah, I need more one.
Okay. Go. What's your name?
Rowan sa Rowan. So, wala akong ballpen na.
Sure. Ako na lang yung Okay, what's our commonality?
Food siguro, sir.
You know these people? Karen?
Sa Batangas.
Sa Batangas.
Eddie Joby na?
Fish fillet.
Goto.
Fish
Pili
fillet.
talaga.
Fish fillet. Kahit 3 kilos.
Commonality daw.
Ah,
Not into fish fillet though, but
sports. Ay, hindi, meron ng sports.
food.
Starbucks coffee. Ano sa isa?
White mocha.
White, pwede white mocha.
Clean.
Come on, we have a winner. Sabine from Poland is a winner. Clean. Fantastic.
Adobo?
Or, yun ang favorite yung lutuin. Do you talk?
I don't.
I play tennis. I can be like this forever. Two things at the same time. I raise my hand, you raise your hand, and you stay quiet. I don't see your hands. Come on. Hands and quiet. My students always forget number 2. Okay, let's add some difficulty to this. Men, we can do 3 things at the same time. From now onwards, when I raise my hand, you raise your hand, you stay quiet, and you smile. Okay, please, could you take a photo of your 5-fingered hand, and upload it to the Padlet? Can you take a photo of your hand and upload it to the Padlet, if you don't mind? Thank you. Your hand on this Padlet, sorry. Oops. Good icebreaker, team building, getting to know each other, intercultural competence. We love Padlet, eh? Finished? We're almost done. Come on, one last effort. While you finish, let me tell you, this activity is very good to avoid bullying in schools. Yeah, imagine Pavel here is the bad guy. He's tall, he's strong, and he bullies me. But we do this activity, and we find out that we both love the Philippines. So from that moment on, how is he going to bully me if we both love the Philippines? Yeah, because bullying is about abuse, me feeling superior too. Yes, almost done. 2 more activities, very quick, very fun. Oh, sorry. I also use memes to get feedback from the students. Usually, when you ask your students, did you understand it? Did you get it? Everything. Don't ever ask, did you get it? Did you understand it? Otherwise, you're calling them dumb idiots. Yeah? Don't. So I ask for feedback. Surprisingly, they dare to say in the memes what they don't tell you face to face, because it's fun and they tell you the truth. So try it. When you want to get some feedback from your students, ask them to create a meme about your subject, your teaching, whatever. Yeah, well, there's no time for this. Okay. I love this activity. When they told me, you are going to the Philippines, I said, yay! And they asked me, why do you want to go to the Philippines? I said, beautiful country, wonderful, beautiful people. Why not? Okay? They say everyone is connected to anyone in the world with only 5 clicks. I know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows Donald Trump. I know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knows Putin, and so on. Okay? So when they told me, you're going to the Philippines, I said, I don't know anybody. Impossible. No connection. Yeah? I want you to think. This is my example. You won't be doing it because we're running out of time. That's me. I know somebody who knows somebody. How many clicks away do you think I am from the Star Wars world? Yeah, I look like just coming out of Star Wars, right? One of the characters I could be, right? Jabba the Hutt. How many clicks away do you think I'm from the Star Wars? 1, 4, okay, that's a good range. Has to be less than 5. Do you know this guy? You do. People my age. Anyone below 100 years old? People from this century or the past century? Bruce Lee, okay. Do you know this one? Enrique Iglesias, yeah, a singer, Spanish singer. And there? Lady Gaga, yes? I'll give you the answers. I'm sorry, I would like to just tease you. Star Wars, 1 click. 1 click. I have this dark past. I used that ugly person there is me when I was young. And the other one, poor soul, he's dead now. But Kenny Baker was a client of mine. So I took my pictures and everything. So through Kenny Baker, I'm 2 clicks away, everyone. And now you know me, you are 3 clicks away from anyone from Star Wars. And you can say it, only 3 clicks away. Me, R2-D2, George Lucas, the rest of them. Yay. This is Lady Gaga. The guy with the mask is Yuri Bradaci. He's a Slovenian actor and a model living in California. In 1991, he went from Slovenia to California. And you remember who went in 1991 from Alicante to California? Not so tall, not so handsome, same age. Can you believe it? Same age. 1 click away, Yuri Bradaci from Slovenia. Donald Trump's wife is from Slovenia, but she's not a migrant. Bruce Lee. Okay. Do you know this guy? Danilo Santo? Does it ring a bell? Danilo Santo? He's a Filipino. Danilo Santo used to train with Felipe Mercado, Valencia, Spain. Felipe Mercado used to train with Paco Sanzano, Alicante, my friend. So I was Paco, Felipe, Danilo Santo, Filipino, Bruce Lee. I'm only 5 clicks away from Bruce Lee. By the way, it was my sport as a young man, and I used to do Cali Filipino. Do you know Cali Filipino? You don't have a clue. It's a martial art. Come on. Just Google it, Cali Filipino. I used to do it when I was, yeah, exactly. And the last one? Enrique Iglesias. Okay. No, this is not Pablo. This is, no. It's a twin brother. This young person, 20 kilos less, it was me that was a wedding. This guy is a rap singer, Natch. And he knows somebody who knows Enrique Iglesias. Do you know where Enrique Iglesias' mother is from? She's a Filipino. And I'm only 4 clicks away from another Filipino. Wow. The world is so small. Okay, do you want to learn some Spanish? Quickly, we have no time. Oh, these are facts. Facts, okay? It's the fourth most spoken language in the world because English is number one, obviously, Chinese, Indian, only they speak Chinese and Indian, and Spanish is not because of us, but because of our horrible past as tourists who like to rape, rob, kill, and everything. But we were tourists, you know, but when you get to paradise and you see beautiful people, why not stay in 300 and something years? I would stay 300 and something years, sorry. Second language in scientific production. We have English, Spanish, and English, yeah. Between second and fourth in publication, fourth few countries were a number of Spanish speakers. We have Mexico, we have Colombia, we have Argentina. We are number 5. This is funny, the Polish guys, you're Europeans. In Europe, there are only 2 countries that speak Spanish. Spain and? No, they speak Portuguese. Ask the Malaysians and the Moluccas. And anywhere else in Europe that speaks Spanish? There's very little country called Andorra. Between Spain and France, it's a paradise. If you are rich from Catalonia, you hide your money there. Politicians do it, fantastic. Okay, now. Okay, first, if you ever doing an exchange with Spanish people, Spanish person says to you, hola, ¿qué tal? It literally means, hello, how are you? But no, that's not what it means. It means hi. Yeah? If we say to a Norwegian person, hello, how are you? The Norwegian person says, hello, I'm fine, you know. But in Spain, we're like Americans. We say, how are you? But we don't care. We literally don't give a Yeah, I just say hi. But we smile like you do, but we just don't care. So if any Spanish person say, how are you? Don't answer. Don't answer, okay? Number 2, this is a very good one. Nos vemos luego. That means we see each other later. Later is between 5 minutes from now and never. Can be a year, a month, forever. You never know. When Polish people who are very good, they talk to us, it's impossible. Communication is impossible with German. But you said late. When is later? Later is tomorrow, next month? Do we have a meeting? We don't have a meeting? You never know with Spanish person. Germans, oof. Okay? Por favor and gracias. You don't need them. Don't. We never say por favor. We never say gracias. And if you tell me por favor and gracias, I am like, ooh, this person wants something from me. It's not reliable. Careful. Just don't trust this person. He's saying please and thank you too much. We don't use it. Okay? Young people, where do you go partying here? That's all what we say, all what we know about. When some Spanish students come here, they will ask you, where's the party place? Because we assume everyone in the world is like in Spain. There's a big place for party time, non-stop. But the world is not like that, okay? In summer, we tell people, you walk in the shades, otherwise you melt. This is local knowledge. We always see white-skinned Europeans under the sun, 40 degrees, killing themselves. That's called suicide. We go in the shades, okay? Oh, this is a very, 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 very good one. You have a friend and you ask him, oh, it's time for our appointment. It's just right now, it's time. You said 12, it's 12. Where are you? And when the Spaniards say, I'm almost there, he or she actually means I'm taking a shower. Then I will get dressed. Then the makeup. Then half an hour later, 1 hour for the party time. For the party time, expect between half an hour and 2 hours. For the party time, okay? And you always should add a swear. Coño, joder, mierda. It gives, yeah, natural. Oh, this is the last activity and we're leaving. We're going to work in pairs. My brother usually has 4 or 5 girlfriends. So for him, a pair is 5. Here, we're going to use mathematic pair, 2 people, maximum 3. Okay, I need 1 person in the couple to look at the very back. Okay? Okay, you stay sitting looking at me, and the two of you look at the very back, okay? Do not cheat. Wait for the instructions. I am going to show a simple, easy photograph. You just have to describe the photograph for the other person who's looking at the back using the senses. It feels like, smells like, tastes like. Okay? Do not cheat. People looking at the back only look at the back. And here it's about communication, intercultural communication. Using the senses, because that makes it easier. Okay? I want to see the people stand up and look at the back. Do not cheat, please. One of you look at the back and yes, you'll be partners, okay? People looking at the back, do not cheat. It's going to be, I'm going to leave the photo, okay? Very simple photo, very easy task, okay? If we can do it in Spain, you can do it in the Philippines, of course. Ready? Describe it. Feels like, smells like, tastes like. Go for it. Feels like. Okay, time is up. Please, turn around. Is that what the other person described? Smells like, it's soft, smells good, but like shit, and food and okay, intercultural competence. From the point of view of a cow, this is completely normal. From the point of view of a cow, yeah, of course. Yeah, this is totally normal. Empathy, you have to understand the other. Empathy, okay? I had a Kahoot, that's it. Salama.
Okay, round of applause, please, by the way, for Dr. Molina. That was really cool. I don't know what is the Spanish way of saying, what is the typical Spanish way of ending an event like this? Gracias, that's it? I feel like there isn't that much energy. Like, is there a way to end it dramatically? That was all. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, so I believe after this, so this is the end, by the way, of the serious part of the. Is there a fun part coming? Is there more eating? There's more eating, right? Is there more eating coming after this? The afternoon snacks? Yes, there is more eating coming. So, as we began with talking and eating, we will finish with talking and eating. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. I hope you learned something, and we really appreciate you being here. Thank you very much, everyone.
It's over, yes? Oh, this is yours?